flip it this way? All right. We're ready. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission hearing for February 22, 2023. I got all that right so far. Okay. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. So let's start, Mr. Villalobos, with the TV coverage announcement, and then maybe go ahead with the roll call.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Salinas Valley, Santa Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez. Here. And Chair Park.
Here.
Thank you.
Well, let me ask our Planning Commission Secretary, Mr. Wilson, if you've got an agenda status report for us. And if you do, and once you're done, why don't you go ahead to the projection report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. The status of our agenda today is we have one item on conceptual review, which is the Red Tail LLC General Plan Rezone project located on the outskirts of Carpinteria. And then on our standard agenda, we have two items, which is the Goleta Sanitary District Biosolids and Energy Project, and then Long Range Planning has a comprehensive plan annual progress report they will present. Staff and the applicants are prepared on all those items today to present. And I can move to the projection report.
Very good. Let's do that.
Chair, Commissioners, in regards to our upcoming hearings, our next hearing is next week, which is March 1st. There's one item on that, which is the appeal of a zoning administrator approval of a Plains Line safety valve upgrade project. That is going to be located here in Santa Barbara. The next hearing is March 8th, which we have a one item on that, which is the initiation request of a project located on the south of Orchid, which is called the Solomon Hills General Plan Rezone Application, and that is going to be in the Santa Maria hearing room, and that's on March 8th. And moving down the projection report, our next hearing after that is March 29th. We have two items on that, which is the North Fork Ranch Frost Ponds. That was before the commission several years ago, and that's coming back after completing the required environmental review. And that, following that, we have appeal of another cannabis cultivation project, the Terra Firma project, and that hearing is also located in Santa Maria. So in March, we will be in Santa Maria March 8th and March 29th for those items. And then on April 5th, we have no items projected, same as April 12th. And then moving down, our next hearing that we have items projected for is April 26th, which we have a lot line adjustment in Carpinteria. And then we have a safety element update on the wildfire policies. And the April 26th hearing is located in Santa Barbara. And looking way down the year, all the way to June, we have a cannabis project, which is a storefront application, which is a retail application that is in Los Alamos, and that is projected all the way to June. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Okay. Well, let's move on to public comment. This is the time the public can speak, and you have a total of 15 minutes for everybody. And I typically will give you 3 minutes to speak, and it's to speak only on items that are not on our agenda. So if you want to speak to something that's before us today, don't speak up now. wait your turn. But if you have something else to speak about, raise your hand figuratively, and let's see if we have any public comment. Do we have any, Mr. Villalobos?
We do have one hand up, and that's Luis Force Torres.
Yes, hi there. I just want to address the fact that there was a problem with scheduling the Zoom call. And so the mass groups that were attempting to schedule through the email were actually being automatically scheduled for 9 p.m. I think we need to address that in the future. I don't believe that the people here now on Zoom reflect the total number of people interested in any project going on in this meeting or any further meeting. So there needs to be a very clear and concise way to handle this in the future. Again, attendance now does not reflect attendance that want to be here, and that is due to scheduling errors. Thank you.
Thank you. I could not hear that very well, but I think the comment went to how we set up our Zoom call, and that people that might otherwise want to speak on the items before us today were having a hard time signing up. I think that was the gist of what I heard. But I
Yes,
would
it was.
encourage
It was the
people-
gist of what I said.
I still can't hear very well.
Sorry, I called our CSBTV staff and asked if they could adjust the volume a little bit, because I'm not sure if the issue is just the...
My volume is at maximum, and I've taken other Zoom calls today and could be heard fine.
We'll work on the volume.
Okay, that would be great. And I would encourage people, if they're not signed up yet for the Zoom call, to keep trying, and we do want to hear from you. And that matter will come up in a few minutes.
Okay, additionally, it seems that many of the county supervisors aren't aware of certain projects or have not visited certain project sites. In the future, we'd like to have a mandatory policy where anyone voting on a county issue needs to have seen build sites for any project that they will be voting on. They need to be aware of all of the details regarding the projects, and I would like it possible that they visit them in person.
Okay, are you done? We need to finish your comments, and so I can go ahead with the rest of the meeting. Do you have anything else to say?
Well, I just want to know, is it currently possible for all the supervisors who vote on these projects, are they obligated to visit the project sites before they cast a vote?
Okay, well, you stated your comment, and I'm sure you're aware, this is not a Board of Supervisors hearing. This is
that a
a
policy,
county
though?
planning, don't speak over me. You're done. This is a county planning commission hearing, but I think your point is maybe the same, that you'd like planning commissioners to come out to sites and see them before they vote on it. And, you know, I'll comment on that for a moment. Years ago, the Planning Commission as a whole would go out and do a site visit. It was an organized thing, but as the Brown Act developed and our understanding of things developed, we realized that that was essentially a violation of the Brown Act unless it was noticed as a meeting, which meant the whole public would go on the site visit. It became untenable to do in a practical sense. So planning commissioners will go out on an individual basis. Generally speaking, they'll go out when they're asked to. I don't go to planning site visits unless I'm asked by one of the parties to do it. So I would encourage, if you want planning commissioners to come out to the site and feel that they're going to benefit and you're going to benefit from them having seen it, please be aggressive, or at least please be engaged in trying to contact planning commissioners and arrange that. Okay, any other public comment? And let's move on to planning commissioners' informational reports. Do any of my fellow commissioners have something to report about whatever they've been up to that might be of interest to the public or the commission? Well, the answer is no. But I'm sure you have interesting lives, and done something interesting since I've seen you last. Now let's consider our minutes for February 1, 2023. have my fellow commissioners review those minutes, and does anyone have any comment?
I'll move approval of the minutes as circulated.
Commissioner Fringy?
I'll second with one comment, and I normally leave this up to the other commissioners, but on page 3, under the heading timing, it says, as soon as the applicant can reasonable do so. I just think that needs to be reasonably do so.
Okay.
Very good, Commissioner Farini. As the maker of the motion, I would accept the modification, and the motion is to approve the minutes as corrected.
All right. Any further comments? When all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried. The minutes are approved.
I would have to abstain since I removed myself from those meetings.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, we're glad to have you back. Now let's go on to the director's report and your summary of the Board of Supervisors hearings that have occurred since we last saw you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. A few things to report on. I wanted to update you on the FEMA assistance centers. They have been open both in South County and in North County. The center in South County finished its operations last week and has now closed. It was at disaster relief. The one in North County has been at Hancock College campus. And that's going to be open one more week. And I know that there have been a number of visitors that have come to seek assistance both from FEMA and the Small Business Administration in obtaining funds to help them with their rebuilding process. We had about, in total, I think 84 structures that we were contacted about and did inspections on. 16 of those were in Guadalupe. We did some mutual aid for them because they were running short on staff and had some storm damage, serious storm damage in their community. And then there were only 3 that were ultimately red tagged and remain red tagged. So, people are able to work on their improvements and bring them back, their structures back to their previous standard. We're continuing to work with applicants, assigning staff to help them get through the process, but most of these are going to be fairly simple building permits, I would expect. There was more damage to infrastructure than there was to structures like we'd seen in the previous 5 years, the storm that happened. So we did have the housing element policy discussion at the board. But before I get into that, I want to just remind everybody that it was released for public comment on the 30th of January, and that public comment period will close March 1st. Once that happens, we have 10 business days by the state law to consider comments and make any revisions that might be necessary to the housing element. We do not respond to comments like you would in a EIR process. And then we will submit it to the state. So to summarize what the board did, it was a very productive workshop with them. And so I just wanted to give you the highlights of what their actions, their direction, I guess I should say, to staff was. They had an interest in us adding some language to our goals that wasn't currently in there, although we did have programs that referenced these things. One was to promote livable communities. And the other was to add the concept of local preference to one of our goals. We already have a program geared towards developing a local preference or studying it, but we're going to add some language to the goal. The housing element land inventory and our process of identifying how we're going to meet the needs and satisfy our RENA allocation, we had originally made an assumption of about 100 ADUs being produced every year for the next 8 years. And the board asked that we increase that to 150 based on the more recent numbers that we've been seeing in terms of applications. We added the concept of stormwater capture and reuse and injecting that into the groundwater basin as a potential, rather than having that run off and run out into the ocean. They wanted us to add the concept of creating employee housing to being developed by the county to the workforce housing study that's going to be conducted by CSD's Housing and Community Development Division. They already have that assigned to them, and they're going to be doing that, I think, in the fall of this coming year. They were very specific in wanting us to add a program about creating incentives for the development of rental housing. And so we will be working on that. They also, and this was somewhat derived from public comment, but it's, I think, an important action, is studying options for long-term funding for affordable housing. Because when the previous governor, Governor Brown, abolished redevelopment, there was a 20% allocation from the tax increment that would go to affordable housing. So it was this secure, long-term funding source for the nonprofits and the housing authority. And affordable housing builders have really struggled to find a source to backfill that. And so this is, and other jurisdictions are looking at these options too, is figuring out a long-term source of funding. Maybe that is bonds, or there's some talk of a real estate transfer tax for higher-end homes that could be a source of funding, maybe a vacancy tax. So there's a number of things that they've asked us to take a look at, which we will study. They also have an interest in having us prepare a biannual report that reviews the status of where we are with RENA. So we're going to be looking at that. The way the law is set up currently, we have to monitor how sites are built out to make sure that we don't have a net loss of the units we projected from the sites we've rezoned. If we rezone properties, we make assumptions about a total number of units, particularly affordable units that are going to come from that site, and they develop with numbers that are less than that, then we have to make sure that we can still, with our sites and our land inventory, meet our RENA allocation. And so that's what they call the no net loss. And so if all of a sudden we start to realize that all these sites are developing at lower numbers than we anticipated, and now we can't seem to meet our RENA numbers, we would have to rezone sites mid-cycle. This is partly why, or I would say mostly why, we are coming up with a 15% buffer for properties that get allocated for particularly very low and low income, so that we don't run into that problem. But the board is asking us to look at whether or not we should be coming back every 2 years to talk to them about where we are with that status. And we do our annual reports anyway that come to the Planning Commission and then ultimately go to the board, so I don't think that will be a problem. And then they just would like us to acknowledge in the housing element, and these are all good planning concepts, the need to put housing near transit, right? So that people have alternative ways to get around town and get to their places of work. And then also a concept of, well, we don't focus on economic development, but there is this important need to try and balance the jobs and the housing. And so they would like us to add some language about building housing near jobs and developing jobs near housing.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think that concludes their direction, and we are working diligently on incorporating these changes and looking at the public comments that we're receiving to date. And we are getting people submitting sites that they'd like to have considered for potential rezones, and so we're looking at those to see if they can qualify under the state's guidelines. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, I do have a couple. I did want to let you know that I'll take questions on that, and then I can talk about future board actions.
Commissioner Briley, why
You-
don't you go ahead?
Just really quickly, when you said that the board was interested in having the RENA check-in, you
Yeah.
know, that's for the new housing element, not existing housing production, right?
That's
Okay.
correct.
And then you mentioned the board was interested in employee housing for workforce housing. I know what I think that means and would like it to mean, but that's presumptuous. What did the board mean as you understood it?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. So they are talking about potentially the county developing employee housing on county-owned sites so that they would be available to county employees.
Oh, okay. But this was not talking about employee housing on project sites that are brought by private developers.
So we do have language in our Chapter 5, which is the goals, policies, and programs that talks about trying to create incentives for employers to develop employee housing. So that is an important concept. We've seen employers in our community do that, some who have the resources to do it, Cottage Hospital, Westmont College, UCSB. But there's been an objective of some housing advocates in the community to try and create a way for different companies who need housing for their employees to develop some kind of cooperative or something like that so they can help one another and come together and fund a project so that they have housing for their employees. But it just, businesses haven't grasped onto that concept yet. They're busy running their businesses and putting their, capital into the business. So I think communities are looking for ways to try and create incentives for more housing to be built for employees that's subsidized by that employer.
That's something I'd like to hear more about, and maybe we'll have a workshop sometime this year about it. But it reminds me of our hearing maybe a month ago on Key Site 17, I think it was, in Orchid, which was a senior housing project, and the developers there are building approximately 20, I think, workforce housing units, which I thought was exemplary and innovative, because the presence of those people will be beneficial to the experience of the seniors. It will drastically cut down commute times, and GHGs and all that that would be generated. And it's just the kind of thing that I would look for everywhere. We don't really have the power to impose it, or we haven't tried yet, but it's something worth looking at.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and I think I've seen it happen too. The Golden Inn and Village, the Housing Authority built
Oh, all right.
affordable housing there, and that was available to employees as well as community residents. But employees were able to rent those units. And so those get due often if you have employees on site for affordable housing projects, or there's a service that you have employees operating. Oftentimes, they will provide units for those employees.
Well, they did.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
it's-
and to be honest, a lot of the developers that I'm talking to who are interested in looking at some of these sites that are being rezoned are talking along these lines of trying to figure out how to meet the needs of the community. And I should, I don't want to go too long on this because we're not really agendized for it, but we also have something in our program in the housing element about trying to create a way to incentivize moderately priced rental housing or even for sale housing, but through a county density bonus program that would be competitive with a state density bonus program. Because we know we need, between 80 to 200% of the AMI population served with housing because there just isn't any funding for that.
Well, that's a great segue to my next comment, because I do think we need to try to get employers that have projects in front of us to help out in getting the housing for their employees.
Yeah.
And that's often going to be moderate income people who are being edged out everywhere. This is why I was also fascinated when you mentioned the board would like to see a discussion of funding sources for moderate income housing. I have become somewhat of a student of the ramifications of the sleeping monster that's the 1982 Housing Affordability Act if we don't submit our, or adopt our housing element on time. And so with the builder's remedy, I think there's actually an opportunity to get moderate income housing. And I talked to different developers and they all say, no, it doesn't pencil out. I'm thinking, you can get any parcel and stick up any size of housing with any mix as long as it's 100% moderate. And without design review and with streamlined processing, but it doesn't pencil out. I just guess somebody has to explain that to me,
Right.
but the message I'm hearing, and I've had this conversation with Skip Szymanski at the City Housing Authority, there just isn't funding for moderate income housing.
There is
There's
not,
funding for
yeah.
other things, but there isn't for moderate income housing. So if we want to have moderate income housing, which I think is the key to this whole problem, we need to really explore that. So I'd like to keep hearing about this stuff, so thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Okay, and then we have a little bit of a different program this year on the long-range work program. So we are going to report back to the Planning Commission, but it's going to go to the board first. And that's largely because it's really the board's direction. So we are going to be going to the board in March. Looks like we're going to go on the 21st of March. And then we'll report back to the commission on the board's direction.
When are the budget hearings?
The budget hearings are in the third week of April. They're usually the second week of April, but this year they're the third week of April.
See, I kind of put two and two together, and I look at the budget hearings, do you get funded to do the long-range planning that we ought to do? And I don't think you ever are, and I should shut up, but that's a comment. And then we listen to what are the repercussions of that all year. So I think when I hear the report on what our long-range planning projects are and where they are and so forth, I think too, well, maybe we should just get up and shout at the budget hearings and say, hey, let's get the capability so we can actually do this right. Well, I actually better get back to the agenda today.
Okay, and then the safety element is May 2nd. So that's a wildfire aspect of the safety element is going to the board, but that you will hear that before it goes to the board. I think that's on your projection report.
Very
Long
good.
term. I think that's it.
Well, thank you. Lots to talk about,
Yep.
but we got other things to do. Appreciate
you.
it. Okay. Mr. Villalobos, we rarely have conceptual review, so I'm not really sure what you do next, but I'm sure you'll do something. So why
So
you
why
do
don't I
this
read
next item?
the item into the record, and I think that Secretary Wilson here is going to explain the process of
Okay.
how we kind of move forward with this. So the following is the conceptual review on the request of Red Tail LLC, applicant for local coastal plan amendment application and rezone application for processing pursuant to section 35-180 of Article 2. The applicant has initiated a local coastal amendment and rezone application as described above. The commission is not considering the LCPA or rezone for approval. Rather, they are considering the project as a conceptual review as outlined in the Planning Commission's procedure manual.
Mr. Wilson?
Chair and Commissioners, thank you. I want to repeat a little bit what Mr. Villalobos stated, but I wanted to lay a little bit of the ground rules or framework for the proceedings today. Over the next month, starting today, and then later on this month, we'll be hearing another initiation application in the south part of Orchid. I just wanted to explain the differences today before we get started and just make it clear for the Commission and the public. The framework for today's hearing is different than what we'll be seeing later on this month in the project in Orchid, in that this project today is in under Article 2, it's in the coastal zone. So the procedures that are set forth in Article 2 and the Land Use Development Code are different. And so later on this month, we'll be following a different format and procedures because they're outlined specifically in the Land Use Development Code on how to initiate a general plan and rezone in the inland areas under the Land Use Development Code. Today, what we're doing is a conceptual review procedure. In Article 2, the initiation process is different. It can be initiated by the board, the Planning Commission, the director, or the applicant. So the applicant has initiated a general plan and a rezone application. Working with the applicant and with staff, we felt that it would be appropriate to bring a conceptual review item to the Planning Commission to review this project. It has a lot of attention from the county, the applicants, and the city of Carpinteria. So we thought it would be appropriate to bring it for the Planning Commission for conceptual review. The procedures for conceptual review are outlined in the Planning Commission's procedure manual, starting on page 15 of that manual. Specifically today, and just to kind of lay out the ground rules or framework, there is no action before you today. We're not recommending any action. The commission won't make any decisions or reach a consensus today on this particular project. This project may return at a later date to the commission, and if at that time, when it returns, or if it returns, that will be the time that the commission would weigh in on the merits of the project. So today is basically an informal discussion where the applicant and staff will present the project. The commission can provide feedback, input, and have general questions. We recommend the commission don't move into deliberations or comments on whether or not they like the project or weigh in on the merits of the project. It's really to provide input and feedback to the applicants as they continue to move through the process. This is the early stages of the process. They still need to complete the environmental review process. There's other questions and concerns that the applicant and staff are working on as far as access. All that will be developed or answered as they continue through the process. The commission can ask general questions on things of interest of the project, but we recommend not to get into any deliberative or specific ideas on the project of whether or not the commission likes the project itself. And then finally, there may be questions or comments or remarks to be made about whether or not the Housing Accountability Act or Builder's Remedy applies to this project. At this time, it's too early for us to weigh in on that. Staff and council are working in concert on reviewing any of those questions and comments that's come to staff and whether or not the applicability of either one of those applies. So we recommend the commission refrain from any comments or questions, and if they do have specific questions on that, we ask you to defer those to either Director Plowman or council's office offline. Today, it's really conceptual review, and to have them present the project and get input from the staff or from the commission. So I just wanted to lay that out and just make sure that the public that's here to speak today understand that there's no action going to be taken today on the project. It's just an informal meeting. That's all I have, Chair.
Very good. With respect to how we conduct the hearing, I've given some thought to that and discussed it with staff. I think what's very important is that we have an exposition from the applicant as to what the project is, and the applicant will have 20 minutes to do that, and then some rebuttal time if necessary. What's also very important is we have opportunity for public comment. We've had a large number of comment letters come in just the last few days or hours. They're very well drafted, they're very useful, but I'm sure people will want to speak up. I have, I think, about 4 speaker slips here, and Mr. Villalobos, you have about 30 people signed up for the Zoom?
About 30 signed up, 21 currently present.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is when we get to public comment, I'm going to ask that you limit your comments to 2 minutes. If somebody's going over that and they have something fresh and different to say, you know, I might give you the usual 3 minutes, but let's try to keep it to 2 minutes. Why am I doing that? If we have this many people and you each take 3 minutes, we might be going on for a couple hours, and what happens is people stop listening at that point and it becomes less effective. So I'd like I said, I'd like to keep it at 2 minutes if we possibly can. Then when we get to our discussions by the planning commissioners, I think that Mr. Wilson has stated it well, that this is really not a place for us to deliberate and try to hammer out compromises and ideas and make motions and so forth. That's not our role today. So each commissioner will have an opportunity to speak and give their impressions of the project, which is the general purpose of this, but we won't go much farther beyond that. We'll start with Commissioner Cootie because it's his district, and then everybody will have their turn, and that might be just about what we do. Well,
Mr.
go
Chair,
ahead.
I just wanted to indicate that I did make a site visit to the proposed site of this project, and I certainly encourage my fellow commissioners throughout the process to take advantage of the opportunity to visit the site and its context in the Baylord Carpinteria area.
Okay. That was the next thing I was going to get to is, I don't know if ex parte disclosures are required for the conceptual review, but I think it's a good idea. So I'd like to ask if any other commissioners have any ex parte contacts they want to report. Commissioner Briley.
Thank you. I did a site visit a week ago, Thursday, and, no, actually just, I'm sorry, last Thursday, and then I've had a couple conversations with Brian Robinson with Tara.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I've had a couple of preliminary conversations with Mr. Robinson, just basically about setting up site visits. You know, going back to the point that our speaker in public comment made about each of us should make site visits, I see the merit in that. And frankly now, after receiving all of the emails that we saw in the last few hours, I wished I'd had made a site visit. But as a practical matter, we don't really get our staff reports until, what is it, Thursday? So we don't see the bulk of the public comments until afternoon on Monday. So it leaves very little time to set up a site visit based on the material that we've received. We're kind of flying blind. So again, I'm going to stress, if you think it's important for us to make a site visit, take the initiative to line it up. Because if I'm not familiar with the project, I may not get familiar with it until literally 48 hours before the hearing. So line up that site visit ahead of time. Okay, well, let's go on to the applicant's the staff presentation. Ms. Reese, you ready?
Thank you, Chair Park, members of the commission. My name is Shannon Reese. I'm here today to present the Red Tail LLC local coastal plan amendment and rezone proposal to accommodate a multifamily housing project in the Carpinteria area for your conceptual review. I wanted to spend a moment just talking about what conceptual review is. This might reiterate some of what Mr. Wilson said, but we don't have these types of hearings often, and obviously we're going to get a lot of public comment today, a lot of emotion. So the purpose of a conceptual review hearing is to allow the PC to provide input on certain projects very early on in the process. And at this stage, we don't have complete project applications. We haven't done environmental review yet. Staff's only done a cursory review of potential policy issues, and that's for the purpose of providing initial information to the commission. So we're here today to get feedback on the next steps that'll guide our processing. Those being defining the framework for our future analysis of the project, identifying key project issues for additional review, and identifying neighborhood and community concerns. And again, the PC doesn't issue a consensus opinion or take any sort of action on the project today, and the PC won't see the project again until we've completed processing. We have complete applications, we've done environmental review and staff analysis, and the project's before the commission for recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. With all that said, I'm just going to give some background on what the conceptual project includes and the initial considerations for the commission. So the site is shown here outlined in black on this graphic. It's approximately 7 acres in size and is located in the existing developed rural neighborhood, or EDRN. I'm going to refer to that a few times today. And that's shown by the purple layer above the pink there. The site is zoned 3E1 and designated residential 0.33. And that essentially means that the existing density on site is 1 dwelling unit per 3 acres. And the project site abuts an existing residential neighborhood to the south within the city of Carpinteria limits. And that site is zoned at a density of 20 units per acre and developed with two-story condominiums. To the north, you have a number of agricultural properties with Ag 10 zoning or Ag 110 zoning and existing orchards. And much of that land is in ag preserve, which you can see in a sort of a lime green to the north of the project site. To the east, you have an existing park and also additional property zoned 3E1. You have that to the west as well. And those 3E1 zoned properties are also in the EDRN. The project site conceptually includes a local coastal plan amendment and rezone to remove the project site from the EDRN, to move the urban-rural boundary and reclassify the project site as urban rather than rural, and to change the zoning and land use designations to allow for a residential density of 20 units per acre. Conceptually, the project at this time includes 132 market rate apartments in 6 different buildings and 41 affordable apartments in a single building, and various amenities on site to serve residents. And at this time, the applicant anticipates requesting an approximately 23% state density bonus, and that would be for the purpose of exceeding approximately the 140 units that would be allowed by the proposed density, the DR20 zoning. I'm going to go briefly over our initial policy considerations. As we talked about previously, the applications aren't complete at this time, and we've only done an initial cursory review of key issues for your consideration. One of the issues is that the proposed movement of the urban-rural boundary line and the elimination of the EDRN overlay on the site would create a single parcel EDRN to the west of the project site, and would also require additional review of consistency with portions of the coastal land use plan. So the zoning of the 2 subject parcels that constitute the project site was changed from DR2 to 3E1 in the 1980s. And that was to provide a transition or buffer area between agriculture to the north on prime soils and the denser urban development to the south. So the lots that you're considering were specifically identified in the local coastal plan. And here's the quotation regarding that statement. It's, quote, "North of the US 101 and Baylord Avenue, a residential wedge currently zoned DR2 permitting half-acre minimum lots would be changed in the land use plan to 3-acre minimum lots. The residential area abuts the agricultural heart of the valley and would be treated and should be treated more as a transitional zone between urban and agricultural land uses," unquote. And so following that, the project site was redesignated to a lower residential density in the 1980 coastal plan, and it was omitted from the city of Carpinteria's sphere of influence in order to provide that transitional area between agricultural and urban development. The memo that was prepared by staff also outlines a few housing and agricultural policies that will require additional review. Specifically, the Coastal Act Agricultural Element Policy 30241 states that conflicts between agriculture and urban land uses shall be minimized in a number of ways, including by establishing stable boundaries separating urban and rural areas, and including, where necessary, clearly defined buffer areas. There's a couple housing policy concerns that were also outlined in the memo, and they mainly relate to the mixing of affordable units amongst the market rate units. Another consideration for the PC is that in order to approve the proposed rezone, the future decision maker on the project, being the Board of Supervisors, would need to find that the request is in the interests of the general community welfare, that the request is consistent with the comp plan and coastal land use plan, as well as the requirements of state planning and zoning laws and Article 2, and that the request is consistent with good zoning and planning practices. And since the docketing of the memo, Mr. Wilson mentioned, the applicant submitted a request for processing of the project pursuant to the Housing Accountability Act on February 16th. And under the Housing Accountability Act, an eligible housing development is allowed certain provisions. And as Mr. Wilson stated, staff has not had the opportunity to review the request or the Housing Accountability Act's applicability to the project yet. And aside from the policy considerations, there are also anticipated issues with the proposed access. And currently, the project proposes a single access point near the intersection of Baylord and Pandanus. And this access point does not comply with the applicable Public Works requirements. And County Public Works Transportation Division staff has stated that a design exception would be required for the proposed project to be feasible. And at this stage, the project as designed is not supportable. Additionally, the fire district has stated that they would require a minimum of two 26-foot wide entry and egress points from the right-of-way pursuant to the fire code. And that hasn't been accommodated on site yet either. I want to briefly touch on the project's impacts to RENA numbers. Obviously, there are shortfalls in the South Coast area. You're all well aware of that. And I show them here on this slide. And should this project eventually be approved, it would likely contribute 41 lower income units and 132 above moderate income units, though that depends entirely on the projected rent of those market rate units, and we don't have a complete picture for your review yet on that matter. And so as for next steps, where this project will be in the future, the applications for the rezone and the local coastal plan have been initiated, and pursuant to Article 2, they don't require application acceptance by a decision maker. There is a part of Section 6 of the docketed memo where we discuss next steps if the county were to accept the applications for processing, but that is an error, so I just wanted to mention that. There is no process for application acceptance in Article 2. So after this conceptual review, next steps for the county, we would be processing the legislative actions, being the local coastal plan amendment and the rezone, and the accompanying cases, the development plan, the CDP, the lot line adjustment. Pursuant to our normal process, staff and other departments and agencies will review the applications and future resubmittals. The outstanding issues that are mentioned in this presentation will need to be resolved. Application completeness will need to be determined, and environmental review will need to be conducted. And eventually, this project may be before the Planning Commission again for a recommendation to the board to either approve or deny the project. As for today's conceptual hearing, we ask that the individual commissioners provide comments on the project for staff to record, knowing that the comments will not commit the commissioners to any particular decision. Rather, the comments will just represent your thinking based upon what you know at this time and the level of analysis that has occurred at this particular point in time. And that concludes staff's presentation. P&D staff, as well as, I believe, Public Works Transportation Division staff are available for questions. And the applicant team has a presentation and can also answer any questions posed about the project. Thank you.
Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of Ms. Reese? Commissioner Bradley?
I do, and it has to do with if you, well, a couple things. In the staff report, you actually, under the project site information, it's talked about how the rezone of the subject property is also asking for a density of 20 units an acre, and if initiated, would allow for state density bonus laws to apply. But couldn't they do that now without this, or the initiation is necessary before that can be presumed in a development plan application? Is that what you meant? Do you know what I mean?
Chair Park, Commissioner Bradley, so we would be processing the legislative actions and the accompanying permits as a package, and the board would technically have to take action on the legislative actions first.
first?
Yeah, but it can be proposed concurrently.
Okay, okay, and then another question had to do with the housing policies that by the way, great job on the staff, of course, it's a big, big, big project to actually boil it down to a very focused thing. I thought you did a great job. Under housing policies, you had policy 6.8, which is talking about the layouts, inclusionary housing requirements and stuff. So in this LCP amendment and rezone, they could also request for changes to policy language to make the project fit, correct? I mean, that's just down the road, but that's how they might achieve consistency with some of these policies, right?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, that's correct. They could propose additional amendments to policies.
And staff hasn't had a chance to talk about that because it's too early in the process, right?
We raised these particular issues in the incompleteness letter that went out just over a year ago, and there hasn't been a subsequent submittal, so it's very much early days.
Okay. And my last question, thank you, my fellow commissioners. Did you have any preliminary discussions with the Coastal Commission staff on this?
Chair and Commissioner, sorry to weigh in. There's been a number of staff changes on this project. So not to put Ms. Reese on spot, there has been early coordination and conversations with the Coastal Commission staff. They haven't weighed in on it as well. I've been part of those meetings where we've briefed the Coastal Commission staff and talked about the project. But so yes, it's had early coordination with their office as well.
Any other questions? I have one. The water presumably comes from Carpinteria Water District. Is that the water source?
Chair Park, that's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to have some questions, at least they're floating around in my mind, about how it works with the Housing Authority's involvement. But I think I should reserve that until I hear the presentation from the applicant. So if we have no further questions of Ms. Reese, let's go on to the applicant's presentation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to add a few things after Ms. Reese's presentation, just to give the Planning Commission this bigger context. Ms. Reese is giving you a lot of really good information and data and historical facts and whatnot. But I think it's important to look at this from the broader context of what we're working with today. You know, it's 2023, not the 1980s, and we have a very substantial housing need in our community, and we have very substantial numbers that we have to meet for RHNA on the South Coast, over 4,000 units. And so just in the broader context, if you've looked at our housing element map, there are sites down in Carpinteria that we're identifying to consider for rezones because they have needs for housing. The agricultural community has needs for housing in that region. And so there are 2 other sites identified in Carpinteria that are outside the urban rural boundary line and are currently zoned for agriculture, but are adjacent to and surrounded on at least 1 to 2, in some cases 3 sides by urbanized development. So this just gives you kind of the picture of what we're looking at today for that region in the context of the housing element process. And I just wanted to I know that you're aware of some of those things, but I wanted to make sure you had the full picture of what was happening in that part of the South Coast. Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's go on to the applicant's presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Brent Little, and I'm here today on behalf of Red Tail Multifamily Land Development. And joining me for today's presentation is Bob Havlicek of the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara and Tony Tomasello with RM Design Group. First, I want to start out by thanking the commission for your time today to hear this conceptual review. I also want to thank staff for better than 2 years of working with us on this project. And of course, I want to thank the folks that are come out to support the project, as well as those that might have some challenges with the project and do not support us. Consider this an invitation to them for continued dialogue, and we'd very much like them to reach out to us. We'll be available after the meeting. Our contact information's available. We don't know that we're going to win them over, but we hope that we can at least get their feedback and input and maybe incorporate that into the project, and somehow maybe they still won't support us, but maybe they'll appreciate the path that we're going down. So just to be mindful of everybody's time, I'm going to skip over a few slides, but if you see something on here, I'm happy to answer questions now or after. So I think everybody realizes or understands where the project's located. It's at the end of Baylord Avenue. But what you may not know is that in decades past, there was planning discussions to push Baylord through to Casitas Pass Road, so that when you look at the recorded maps for both our property and the Monte Vista Park site, you'll see that an offer of dedication was made to the county to extend Baylord Road. The county at the time did not accept that offer, but the intent was there to push Baylord through. So that's why you see Baylord as a pretty wide right-of-way. In fact, it is 60-foot curb-to-curb right-of-way, which makes it one of the larger streets in the city of Carpinteria. In fact, it's larger than Carpinteria Avenue or Linden. Over the last couple of years, the city restriped that section of Baylord to put diagonal parking on there to accommodate some of the density that's happened over the years. So also when you look at the utilities that are in place in Baylord, you'll find upsized water lines and sewer to accommodate development that was supposed to have occurred north of there. And again, this is a little snip of the county's plans. It shows that the property is both residential zoned and residential land use designation. There's no agricultural zoning or overlay on the property. It's been farmed in row crop since about 1984. Prior to that, it was avocados, and we don't know why the avocados were removed at that time, but it's been row crop since '84. And the property, while it isn't in the city, obviously, the city proactively, nearly 20 years ago, designated this site on their general plan land use element as public facilities to accommodate a proposed school site there. So the property is owned by the Carpinteria Unified School District, but it's not within the city's sphere of influence. So other uses that are allowable under the public facilities designation in the city are water, sewer, plants, police, fire facilities, churches, generally municipal services. So just to give you a little bit more site history on the property and why we're here today. So the school district was planning a 350 student school at the location and certified an EIR as far back as 2000. So development on this property has been contemplated for better than 25 years. But due to declining enrollment, which ironically is in correlation with some of the housing challenges we're having in the community, the school district designated the site as surplus land. Once a public agency designates a property as surplus, they have to follow the Surplus Land Act as mandated by the state. And that Surplus Land Act says first and foremost that properties will be made available to affordable housing projects. So we didn't seek this site out. the school district designated this property as surplus, and that guided us towards doing an affordable housing project there. So around 2020, the Housing Authority entered into an agreement with the school district, and then Red Tail and the Housing Authority formed this public-private partnership that we have today to study and develop the site. We spent quite a bit of time working with the school district on the agreements, and also did a significant amount of community outreach. So we did talk to Coastal Commission staff several times. We met with the Casitas Village HOA members multiple times, various community members, businesses, and other organizations. We also reached out to the city as part of the process, and in fact, the city approached the development team about annexing the property and doing this affordable housing project in the city. We had multiple conversations with them, but unfortunately, and for three really good reasons, we weren't able to do that. First and foremost, the property isn't in the city's sphere of influence. So for us to do the development project, we'd have to go through a whole nother discretionary process. Secondly, the fees in the city of Carpinteria are roughly double what they are in the county. And this is an affordable housing project, so that extra fluff wasn't in the budget. And lastly, we didn't have the same vision for the property and for the development. But nonetheless, we all recognized, the city, the county, and the development team recognized that some important collaboration should take place. And so we entered into a tri-party negotiation between the three entities to discuss a memorandum of understanding. And that would allocate RENA numbers, splitting between the county and the city, fee credits to go to the city, certain developments that we would do to the park site, non-nexus improvements, off-site improvements to Baylord. We offered to help resolve some of the parking issues that occurred on Baylord. And the city contributed a key design element for our project entry. It was their idea that we do a roundabout, which we'll show you here in a moment. And City Council took action on this to authorize staff to enter this negotiation. And we did this for about, I think it was around 6 months or so. And then for reasons we are not aware of, the city changed their mind and decided they didn't want to go forward with the MOU discussion and instead wanted to try and kill the project. And so the city authored a letter that was sent to not only the Board of Supervisors, but also the Board of the Housing Authority, not only recommending that they walk away from the project, but insisting that the Housing Authority cease pursuing the project. So despite that, we continued to work with the city, and we had multiple different meetings with the city. And in fact, we had a planning meeting with the city, and I apologize, you can't read these emails, but it's an email dialogue between us and the city offering to have various meetings and go through the city's DRC process and go through a process with the city to help them to help us both collaborate on the design. So we felt like we've done more than our part to collaborate with the city. So when looking at this project, you have to look at what's in this area. And we all know now what the housing needs are for not only the city, but also the county. And I suspect what you'll hear today, and we've heard for the time that we've been working on it, is we're not opposed to housing, but we're opposed to it on this site. This isn't the right site. So we felt an obligation to look elsewhere and see what's happening. So this information comes from the city's draft housing element, and you'll notice site 1 and 2 outlined in red. Those are agriculturally zoned, unlike our property. They're in the coastal zone, and they're outside of the urban-rural boundary, but yet the city has designated 600 units in their housing element to go on those sites. I think the trouble, the heartburn that gives us is, to us, that our site seems like a superior site. Secondly, Site 3 is a fully developed, high-tech manufacturing facility and office that is designated for roughly the same number of units that we have on our property, 178. But the difference is that facility employs more than 100 people. I believe the number is 160, but I'm not totally sure about that. So it's over 100 people that are employed there. And so when we look at it objectively and we say, what's the greater good, displacing 100 workers or developing on a site that's already zoned and has a general plan designation for housing? And then when you look at collectively this whole corridor, and you can see the other colored parcels below, the city's designated roughly 1,122 units below, so you combine that with the 600-plus units on the ag property, and the city has designated this for almost 1,700 units to come from this area. So we're a bit flummoxed to understand why our 173 units are a problem. Is it because it's a county and city? I don't know. Maybe, there's well-heeled people that live near this property. We don't know the reasons why. We're anxious to hear them, but on its face value, this doesn't seem equitable. So again, looking at the larger issue, what are the challenges in this area? And how is housing actually going to be met? Again, we turn to the city's draft housing element, and we notice that they separated properties by underutilized and candidate properties. The underutilized properties were supposed to be properties that are underutilized, but the reality of it is they're intensively developed 100%. These are not properties that's a 10-acre property and the front 1 acre is developed and the back's, undeveloped. These are highly developed properties that include the Carpinteria Business Park, Sandy Inn, Motel 6, many operating companies, plus assemblages of properties where a developer would need to negotiate purchase agreements with 4 different owners to effect a development on the property. That's a high bar to jump over. So there's then the second class of properties, which are the candidate property, and that's my words, not their words. The candidate sites. And the candidate sites are sites that the city has said, we'll consider putting an overlay on them, but you need to go through a full discretionary process. There is no by right process to develop any of these candidate sites. And yet the city has allocated 423 units, nearly half of its RENA allocation, to candidate sites. So I'm just going to briefly just say I'm going to skip over this except to say that if there's one takeaway from this process and looking at this that I'd like to leave you with, it's that the sites are not for sale. There isn't other sites available to us. All these sites that the city has highlighted as opportunity sites are not ones that we can buy today. And the housing need that we have is now. It's not 4 years in the future, 6 years in the future, whatever it takes to go through the discretionary process and hope that something comes available. We're here today because the Surplus Land Act mandates that the school site become affordable housing. It's available. So just a brief comment about our project goals, and staff, I think, did a great summary of it. I'll just add to this, some of the obvious benefits are, our expectation is we're comping our rents off of Ventura and Oxnard, because that's where the traffic's coming from. We have two product types here on this project. One's the affordable housing, and one's our workforce housing. This is workforce by design, and Tony will talk a little bit more about the design here in a moment. But we looked at Ventura and Oxnard rents to underwrite the pro forma and look at the numbers. So we want this to be workforce. We're investing a lot of money in the project. We want it to be successful. This is not going to be second homes or VRBOs or anything like that. This is workforce housing. And with that, I will turn it over to Bob. Thanks.
Thank you, Brent. I'm Bob Havlicek. I serve as Executive Director for the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. Just a little bit about our agency. We were formed by resolution by the County Board of Supervisors in June of 1941. We currently own and manage more than 1,400 units of affordable housing throughout the county, except for the city of Santa Barbara, which formed their own housing authority back in the 1960s. I have over 120 dedicated employees who maintain the units that we own and manage, as well as make sure that the incomes are certified for all of the tenants that we serve and the programs that we manage. We currently have 6 developments that serve previously homeless individuals and families, and we partner with over 50 nonprofits throughout the county, and we engage those nonprofits to provide services on site for our specific developments. Just to lend perspective to the demand for housing, we have over 9,000 unduplicated names on our waiting list for those 1,400 units. So we simply can't keep up with our demand, with the demand in the area. And certainly in the South County, it's very acute. As was mentioned before, the component of this development will have 41 affordable housing units. It's an affordable housing development that will serve homeless. There is a persistent need for about 20 folks who have been homeless in the Carpinteria area, and that's based on point-in-time counts over the last 3 years. The remainder of the units that are not needed for homeless will be dedicated for other income-qualified families. We haven't done a specific project pro forma, but we're way too early in the process for that. But I would say that the vast majority of the people that we will serve will be targeted in the extremely low income of 30% of area median income up to the very low 50%. One other important point to mention here is the Housing Authority has a history of working with the coordinated entry system, which means that the coordinated entry system will work with the homeless, and they will prepare them and place them in our development once it's built. They will also help the coordinated entry system also assists in the on-site services that are needed for each of the individuals that we place in our units. So our site will be dedicated to serving homeless as well as other affordable housing folks. We'll provide mental health services, life skills. And what we mean by life skills is imagine camping perpetually. That's really what happens with homeless. And on a personal note, I don't really camp very well. The transition those folks from living on the streets and adapting to harsh conditions to a safe, secure environment takes some coordination with service providers. And so those are some of the life skills that we'll assist with. There's health and wellness services that will also be provided free of charge to the residents. So we have an integral partnerships with service and care providers to provide high quality services. I will say that once we see individuals stabilize, some of them wind up getting part-time jobs and become productive members of society. And finally, we will have an on-site resident manager that will be available to assist the residents. So the site will be financed using low-income housing tax credits. So what's important about that is we're having a development dedicated to serving the affordable residents. It's not financially feasible for us to integrate the low-income and homeless into a market rate development. It's far better for us to have a dedicated community center as well as office space for individual counseling on site and a place for our service providers to be able to coordinate those services. And so feasibly, it's far more practical to have it all in one site rather than dispersed. And then for financing purposes, we need a separate legal parcel for investment purposes. And that concludes my section, and I'll turn it over to Tony.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. So I do want to spend a few minutes. This is a conceptual design hearing, talking about the design. So the proposed project will...
Mr. Tomasello, let me interrupt you for just a minute.
Sure.
You folks are right at 20 minutes. I'm going to let you keep going, but you realize you're going to be cutting into whatever time you would have for rebuttal.
I appreciate that, Chair
And
Park.
then I hope you're not planning on going for 15 minutes, because that would be
No.
another challenge for me.
I should
So-
only need about 4 or 5 minutes.
But
here.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go
I
ahead.
appreciate that. Thank you. As we've heard, the affordable component will make up about 25% of the total units on site. The project is eligible for, again, up to a 50% density bonus, while we're only requesting about just under a 25% density bonus under state law. A few of the key project data. The project density is at just under 25 units per acre. That's generally consistent with the areas immediately south and southwest. It's been important for us to maximize open space on the site. So 42% of the site will be dedicated to open space amenities and landscaping areas. We are building in a 100-foot setback from the ag-zoned property to the north. And then parking has been a significant concern of many of the local residents. And so we've actually parked this at the city's rates rather than the much lower requirements under the county or state density bonus law to try to ensure that we're meeting our demand on site. The amenity spaces will be shared among both the affordable and market rate tenants. Again, it's been important for us to really design some robust shared outdoor amenity spaces, community building with lounge, fitness center, business center, outdoor barbecues and eating areas, pool and spa, dog parks, and the like. Regarding the access, this is an important thing to understand. Currently, the only legal access point to the site is at the northern terminus of Baylor. It's about 25.5 feet wide. Pandana Street is privately owned by the HOA there along the southern border, and the city owns the park that's immediately to the east, but that is not public right-of-way. And so, as Brent alluded to, we had discussed with the city as part of the MOU some significant improvements to this terminus of Baylord. Roundabout option 1 there you see has a roundabout with entry to our site. We were anticipating making some significant improvements to the parking lot, as well as adjacent improvements to the park itself. But unfortunately, without the city's cooperation, there's very limited and viable access points to the site, so we need to be able to move forward with what access we have. There is a traffic study that's currently underway that will analyze the ingress and egress to the site. This will also analyze traffic counts. The residential use of this site will actually prove that traffic impacts would be much greater if this were developed with a school. And all of that will be included and analyzed as part of the forthcoming EIR. I'm going to skip over a couple of these. This was related to the EDR, and I'm happy to go into more detail on these, but I think the major takeaway here is that our project site there, you can see in the lower right-hand corner, the green swath over this region represents the prime soils designation. And you can see there's a small piece of our site that has that prime soil designation. And all of the other polygons that you see there are the proposed rezones either in the city or the county. So again, considering our site is largely outside of the prime soils designation, adjacent to urban uses immediately south, this is, again, justification why we think this is the right site to accommodate this project. A farmland impact study was also completed and submitted to the county. It shows that it would not be considered to be a significant impact under the county's threshold. And that was the same finding that was actually done in the EIR for the school back in 2000. We have filed an SB 330 preliminary application as a builder's remedy project. We understand that we will not be subject to the county's recent objective design standards, but we want to make it clear that we are here and we are committed to continue working with county staff, planning commission, and the board, and any of the local residents on this project, and that we will complete a full EIR for the project. So in conclusion, I want to take a little bit of a step back and talk about the immense need for housing on the South Coast. We often get wrapped up in the land use decisions that are made as part of housing elements and general plan policies. And I think it's really critical, and I urge all of the planning commissioners to read the needs assessment section of the housing element. It's very dense, but it's data-driven. And there's some really staggering statistics within there, and I pulled a few of them out. So the expected number of daily commuters is expected to double over the next 40 years to 22,000. The South Coast has double the number of jobs compared to all other areas of the county. And perhaps the most staggering is that $132,000 is the minimum salary for an individual to afford the average 3-bedroom rental. And $328,000 is the minimum salary for an individual to be able to afford to buy at the median home price. This site is adjacent to urbanized area, infrastructure, and employment centers. There's ample parking to try to mitigate any potential impacts on the surrounding area. And this is non-prime farmland, and it's zoned for residential uses. Appreciate your time. Look forward to hearing your comments and feedback, and we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of the applicant team? I do. I think my question is probably for Mr. Havlicek. I'll state for you and for the public, Mr. Havlicek, I hear all these terms, and I kind of look like I understand them, but I don't. And so I'm going to confess, I'm not entirely sure of the distinction, if there is one, between supportive housing and low-income affordable housing. In my mind, I think of supportive housing as something for homeless, et cetera, that takes a degree of counseling and other services, and that it is a subset of low-income affordable housing, but I may be completely wrong. But so I'm going to ask you to distinguish between the two and say what's what on this project, because that can make a real difference to what the public would think and frankly, what I would think.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Permanent supportive housing is a term used particularly that addresses for homeless individuals. And so this would be considered a permanent supportive housing project for the number of homeless that are necessary, that are in the area that we place in this development. So if there's 20 homeless, it's a 41-unit affordable housing project, but 20 of those units, if there's 20 homeless that we place there from the Carpinteria area, would need permanent supportive housing. So it would be a much higher level of service than someone who is just a low-income family who can live pretty independently, might have a job, a low-paying job in the local area, or might even be disabled, but doesn't need the level of intensity and services that someone who's transitioning, living on the streets or in an encampment would need to live in permanent housing. Does that help answer the question?
Yeah, so, and distinguish that from what is other kinds of low-income affordable housing.
So we provide other services to all residents. We'll have a community center. We'll have the food bank come. We'll have a variety of resident services, financial literacy, wellness, cooking, things that will help general residents as well. The permanent supportive housing includes really the mental health services component of it, and again, the transitionary part of somebody who's living on the streets who has to adopt to living in a secure, safe environment.
So right now, the 41 units, if I've got the number correct, that'll be on your parcel, you're splitting them about 50-50 between the low-income affordable and the supportive, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. There's been a consistent 20 or so homeless in the Carpinteria area over the last 3 years. Actually, it spiked a little bit during the pandemic, but it's now back down to the 20-21 range right now, according to the latest count, but that's been pretty consistent over time. So our goal would be to place those people in our development.
Okay. Well, that's the questions I have. No one else? All right. Well, looks like, yes.
Really interested in that in regards to the mixture of what you just described. And my sense is you have a family that's down on luck and you're trying to help them out and they get into this project versus somebody who has a mental illness or something. You have children, you have a playground, you have this community pool. How, and I'm saying this from my own experiences dealing with projects such as this, how do you intend to provide for that security of a family versus somebody who's on a different end of the spectrum there?
So we have several developments that serve homeless, but also have low-income families. So we make sure that we have security for the property. We'll have security cameras and that type of thing. But we also have planned a lot of activities where people can interact with each other. Folks who are homeless, I think there's a presumption that those folks are violent or have, they may have mental illness, but they are also good neighbors. And so we can have families live together with those that were formerly homeless and integrate very well. In fact, after a while, you would not know the difference between one family and another who was formerly homeless and who was just a low-income family. So
And how many projects do you say you've had experience in?
we have 6 currently.
Because honestly, when I look at this, I do have concerns regarding that situation, and it's something that I personally dealt with in regards to my practice in law. But my next question really would be in regards to, and I don't know if this is your area or not, but as to the parking situation, I'm looking at this, and you have 273 units and 276 on-site parking spaces. Basically about 1.5 parking spaces. But realistically, aren't we looking at people who are going to have 2 cars? That's why I say I don't know if this is your area.
Sure. I'll turn it back over to Tony. Thank you.
And the reason I asked that while you're coming up to the stand there is, well, not the stand, but the podium, is because I can only foresee people in the neighborhood saying, look, if the overflow is going to come on to our streets, into our neighborhoods. So that's why I'm asking of how you anticipate addressing those concerns.
Yeah, we have analyzed this issue from a number of different ways, both looking at required parking under state density bonus law, the county's parking requirements, the city's parking requirements, and what the anticipated parking demand is, both from all of the properties that the Housing Authority owns and manages, as well as Red Tail. For the workforce housing component, we targeted parking ratios of about 1.7 spaces per unit, and that's based on all of the parking spaces, or all of the projects that they own and manage, kind of what they see as the demand. And then the affordable component has some significantly less of a parking demand based on the populations that are anticipated to be served. So in total, the 276, we believe will meet the total demand for the site.
Okay. And then one more question. In the agricultural buffer I see in here, what is the agricultural buffer?
The agricultural buffer is a
100 foot or 200?
I believe it's I believe it was a 200 from active agricultural uses. However, the property immediately to the north is being used as a commercial cannabis mixed light, I believe, I understand. So it's in greenhouses. So I don't think it's the exact same use as was anticipated in the policies for the ag buffers.
And so, do you guys bought this site from the school district itself?
I'm with RRM Design Group.
Okay.
Brent and
Hi. We're under contract to acquire it from the school
Okay.
district. So it's a long-term contract as we go through the process, and when we get on the other side, that's when we close escrow.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say, just for the record and the public, it's interesting that this was a school site. With the buffers, they would have been even more than if it would be for residential development. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Bridley?
I'm not sure who gets to answer this, and I'm a little bit embarrassed that I have to ask it, but in the 90s and early 2010s, there was a response to people concerned about higher density housing in cities and counties, right? And the staff would always say, well, we can't control who rents the place, we can't control who buys the unit. So as much as, I'm thinking of some cases in the city of Santa Barbara that got much denser than what was nearby, and staff said, we just have to provide it, we can't control it. And then, sure enough, 10 or 15 years later, a lot of the units ended up being second homes or short-term rentals, and there wasn't a control over who bought it. I always look at the Housing Authority as having a superlative chance of controlling who owns it, and I guess I'm still a little confused. You've got, the units that are going to be affordable, but then is the Housing Authority going to retain ownership? Are you selling the market rate units and having to face that? Do you understand that question?
Yes, and so let me answer the affordable component, and then I'll turn it over to Brent for the market rate units. So we will establish a wait list, and that wait list will have preferences. One of the preferences will be a local preference. They have to live or work in Santa Barbara County at a minimum, and we'll have a lot of other preferences as well, veterans and so on. It's an affordable housing project financed by low-income housing tax credits, so it will have a 55-year covenant recorded against the property that will require that it maintain its affordability for that 55-year period of time. So I think that answers the affordable piece for you, and if it does, I'll turn it over to Brent.
Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Red Tail owns properties coast to coast. We own and manage our own properties. We're focused on the workforce housing segment of the marketplace. And what we will do is we typically do proactive outreach to community businesses to fill our units. We believe it's good business to be in the community and filling the project with residents or people that are already working in the area. And it's good economic business sense. There's no sense in going to Santa Maria to try and get people for this project. We want to get people that are here in the community, so we'll do outreach to a number of the businesses. But we also own and manage all our own units.
Okay, so but,
Oh, and if I could just add one other thing, we don't sell anything. This is 100% rental product. It's workforce by design. We have a fairly substantial amenity package because we're not looking for our residents to be second-class citizens. It's real amenities out there, but the buildings, the design, the floor plans are all workforce and will not be sold.
okay, so you stay, just like the Housing Authority does, you stay in control of who your future tenants are, which is a
Right.
a big relief for me, because,
Yeah.
we see ideas about affordable housing. Maybe it's 25%, 30% of the total units. I'm going, well, that's really great, but then the other 65 or 70% are going to people from Orange County or up here for the weekend. I mean, it's a real thing in the South Coast, and so hearing you say that and understanding that focus is helpful. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, let's go on to public comment. I'm going to do the speakers that are in the room first.
Could I ask just one question?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Cooney.
Let's see, Mr. Little, could you just answer one question for me? On the screen, in fact, under conclusion, immense need for housing on South Coast, and Mr. Havlicek cited in particular the average income needed to support rental and even much greater to support purchase of those units. So within your presentation, there's a little challenge, I think, if we're really talking about selling to people with that level of income, and in view of your across-the-country experience and properties, do you agree with those numbers as applicable to our project here?
The 132 for a three-bedroom unit?
Yes.
I'll be honest, I haven't run the numbers, so I don't know. What we did, we didn't look at it that way. We looked at it and said, the people that are coming up the 101, that are working here in town and living in Ventura and Oxnard, what would it take for them to rent in our project here? And so let's look at what they're renting for there. But you're right, there is also an economic correlation that needs to be made between what are those people actually making here in town versus what they can pay. I think it's our presumption that their incomes here are justifying them renting in Ventura and Oxnard. And so if we're comping off of that, then that should work. But in terms of actually doing the math to figure out what it is, I haven't done that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, it's time for us to take a short break. Come back in 10 minutes. I will start in 10 minutes. Okay, we're back in session. We're going to do public comment. The first speaker will be Lisa Knox Burns, then Mayor Nomura, then DA Rosso, and then Ted Rhodes. And then we'll get on to our Zoom participants. Is there anybody else that's here that wants to speak? Did you submit a speaker slip? I did not. Please do it right now. And Ms. Burns is a commissioner for the Housing Authority, so I'm going to have you speak, as I mentioned to you at the break, within the time period for the housing, for the applicant.
Thank you, Chairman
And I think you
Park.
told me you needed about a minute. And so if you take a minute, that'll still leave Mr. Little and others 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, I just want to respond to the person who called in that I have done several site visits when we were looking at the site, and I was impressed really at the amount of business park development there's been since 1980s when this was originally planned and the urban limit land was tightened in that area. So I think it's an ideal site to offer, we were talking about workforce housing, first right of refusal, or some way, get those people. It's beautiful bicycling distance, and there's a line 20 MTD. It's a mile from the Casitas Pass Shopping Center. I mean, we have those beautiful soccer fields, baseball. It's just a fantastic site, so beautiful. Carpinteria I love Carpinteria so much. I mean, it's internationally known. But I just want to make one statement, and that is, as a governing board member of the Housing Authority, we are the primary tool for building housing for unmet needs, the low and very low-income households. We are regulated by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We have very strict rules of behavior, guidelines, not dissimilar from what the Casitas Village Association, HOA, has for their tenants. And our board would not be meeting our statutory mandate if we did not acquire a portion of this site, which was offered to us on a first right of refusal basis as a public agency for affordable rental housing. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Nomura?
Hello, my name is Wade Nomura. I'm City Council member for the City of Carpinteria and also former mayor. So I have a few comments I'd like to start with a little bit of history on the project itself. Originally, when this became available, we were notified by the Carpinteria School District that this was going to become a potential property site that they were going to be moving forward. At that time, we started negotiating or talking with the county itself, and so we thought that this would be the county's lead rather than ours. They asked, or we decided that the county would be more appropriate since this was a county property project. Well, as we move forward with it, and I'm finding out now, this is probably why we are in conceptual review at this point, is that we were not part of the actual development of the plan itself. And so this is where we're kind of let down. We assumed that the county was taking the lead on this, but now it looks like the Red Tail Corporation has actually been doing this. So we do have some concerns as far as the project itself. Some of the things are non-conforming to the way it fits within the city. We've addressed these in some letters to you, so I'm not going to jump into those. However, my request to you is to take a look at and see if, in fact, the city of Carpinteria could be included in the development plan itself. We understand that there's ingress, egress problems. We may have some other factors as far as parking and other density factors that will be added into this as the project moves forward, if it does. At this current time, we would not be in support of this project. We have hired a consultant, and that's where the findings came from for new potential sites within the city limits and also within the county that are adjacent. We've identified a number of those, between 4 and 6 of them, that would be a more appropriate fit to us. These are private properties. They would be something that would have to be purchased if, in fact, they move forward, but they would be a better fit within the city itself, and something that we, as the two groups, may want to sit down and actually take a look at, see the feasibility of these itself. The biggest concern that I want to point forward, knowing I have limited time, is the hardships that you and we are receiving with the arena numbers. The county itself has 4,142. The city of Carpinteria has 901 units that we have to come up with. So based on the size, with the city being about 9.3 square miles, the county being about 3,800 square miles, we are 0.0024% size of the actual county itself. Yet with 900, we're looking at 20 to 25% of the required mandates within our city. If we add in the second factor, then you can imagine what the infrastructure taxes will be within the city itself as we develop some of these county properties. So I want you to please be aware of that. Take that into consideration as you move forward. True, we do have a housing shortage. We do, as a city, want to do our part to make sure that we could work within the limits of what we have, also with the county, knowing that you have numbers itself. So my bottom line request is that as an organization between your commission and the city of Carpinteria itself, it would be nice to actually put something on the agenda where we could sit and discuss how we will be moving this forward. We sit within the coastal zone itself, and the hardships that we face because we are 100% in this coastal zone is that we actually even have to develop our own guidelines, policies as we move forward with our housing element. So I see the same thing within the county. The advantage would be if we work together, we could possibly do these in conjunction and have both of us signing off with the request for changes in some of the zoning issues as we move forward. But without cooperation, and we work independently, it's going to be a very difficult fit for both of us. And that's why I'm encouraging us as an organization or organizations, please come together. Let's sit down and talk about it and see what we can come forward with as far as coming in with a viable solution for both of us. With that, thank you for your time. Made it by 1 second. See you later.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. You had a lot to say in a short period of time. I appreciate your comments.
Had to talk fast. Thank
Well
you.
done. Okay, DA Rosso?
Morning, Chair, Commissioners, David Rosso, and I'm a resident of the City of Carpinteria and retired professional land use planner with close to 30 years' experience at local, new cities, new small cities, county, and state of California land use planning, looking over EIRs and reporting to various boards and so forth. I think Mayor Nomura, to his credit, has very succinctly and politely identified some issues. As a private citizen, I think I don't need to be quite as polite. I believe it was Mr. Little said he was flummoxed by some of the things he's read or heard. I am flummoxed and confused, really, by some of the statements made by the consultants. Let's see, adjacent ample parking. Those of you who have made a site visit, I hope it was not midday on a weekday. And I don't live in this particular area. I'm on the other side of the city, but I have many friends and acquaintances, family that live in those condo units. If you go there on a weekend, in the early evening, Baylor Avenue is jam-packed with overflow parking. And that's with at least 2 parking spaces allocated, a garage and an outdoor space for each and every unit in those developments there. You will see people parked along Via Real for, gosh, a couple hundred yards where those units front onto the freeway. Parking and access is a definite problem. Another issue, I'm kind of confused. I think I heard the phrase that the site in question is already zoned for housing. And this project proposes, by my calculation, close to 1,000% density increase over what is currently zoned for. And again, on that same theme, if it's already zoned for housing, why does it need a general plan amendment and rezone? I mean, I say that, anyway, I think you get the point. And there was a mention made that maybe there's some opposition from well-heeled people in the area. Now, this harkens back again to the 70s and 80s when we're talking about NIMBY, not in my backyard, and that sort of thing. I don't think that's really an issue here, where these condominiums sell for, let's say, give or take $500,000. They're mostly occupied, and this somewhat personal experience, young families, mostly who work Carpinteria, Santa Barbara, some in Ventura. They're trying to make it. They can afford, and some of them do rent units owned by others. But the average housing home price in Carpinteria is well over $1 million, according to local real estate folks.
Mr. Rosso, I've let you go a minute over time. And if you
Okay.
can wrap it up in about 5 words, let's give you
I
that
will.
time.
Again, I think maybe to wrap up and to add to what Mayor Nomura has said, I have lived in Carpinteria, let's say 7 years now, 6.5, 7 years. And again, as I said, I'm retired. The city of Carpinteria, from what I can see, has done its part to provide needed market rate and affordable housing in at least 2 developments, both of them located close to freeway access, close to shopping, and at least a half a mile.
Okay, that's
From-
more than 5 words, so
Okay,
let's call it a
from
day.
the rural-urban boundary. So the
Okay.
city is doing its part. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Marshall?
Hi, guys. My name's Thomas Marshall. I actually live on Pandanus, on Baylord and Pandanus, bordering this property. So several concerns about this project. Number one, I also work for a large farmer out of the Oxnard and Ventura and Carpinteria area, and we're impacted already with loss of agricultural land. This is a beautiful organic piece of property. The land itself is producing locally, not stressing supply chains as much as out-of-town produce, so I'd like to address that concern. You're also not concerned about the city input on this area. The LLC, Redtail, ironically, is not working with the city on this project. We're already very high density. If the supervisors would or this board would visit the area after 5 p.m. or on weekends, parking's already a challenge. 60-foot wide avenue, well, it's hard to get down that street after 5 p.m. with traffic being what it is and parking. People are circling the area and, excuse me for being a little nervous, people are circling the area regularly just to find a parking spot. So parking is not being addressed. Emergency access and evacuation of more than 1,000 new additional residents is going to be a concern. Baylord Avenue, also not a transportation hub. Transportation hub is closer to downtown, the train station, and we have 1 bus stop on the Calle Real side of the street. And there's a lot of irony in calling this the Redtail project, as we will be displacing multiple breeding pairs of raptors by building this high-density project. So thank you for your time. I hope that this initial process is concerned with the local residents of Carpinteria.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. And Mr. Rhodes, you ready?
Good morning, Chair Park, Planning Commission, and staff. My name is Ted Rhodes. I'm a resident of Carpinteria. I've been involved in land use and planning issues in the Carpinteria Valley since the 1980s, and from that perspective, I want to suggest that if this application becomes formal in the near future, that you reject this project. It would require expanding Carpinteria's urban-rural boundary, as you already know, to include this high-density housing, and it's totally inappropriate for that end of the valley. We do not need to further our urban sprawl. Both the city of Carpinteria and the community has been working for the last 30 years to really contain urban sprawl And as proposed, this would eliminate an essential urban ag buffer. I remember back in the 80s and 90s, the county was the protector. You guys were the protectors of our ag lands. When you, Chair, lived in the area, we turned to the Carpinteria, the county, to protect us. The city at that time in the 80s was not. It's now reversed. The city of Carpinteria is protecting our ag lands, but the county is being rather cavalier about it. This project would pave overland presently in organic farming. I mean, we've heard a lot of this already. A three-story building in the middle of a view corridor. If you've been down there, an existing view corridor right now, as my friend Lisa Burns said, is a beautiful area, but we want to keep it that way. We want to keep that corridor open. Increase traffic and parking, as previous speakers talked about. I just hope in the future that you'll really see that this is the wrong project. No matter how good the elements of this project are, it's the wrong place for this project. And I really, as one resident in Carpinteria involved in land use, I really trust the city of Carpinteria to make these housing decisions, these planning decisions, these environmental decisions, these urban-rural boundary determinations. I trust the city of Carpinteria, not the county, to make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Okay, we have no other speakers in the audience, correct? I have no further speaker slips. So let's turn to who we have called in for the Zoom conference. And how many do we have at this point, Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, we have 23 in attendance. I can start with the folks who have their hand raised, and I just want to, as a reminder for those who are joining us via phone, if you want to raise your hand, it would be *9, and then when I call on you, it's *6 to unmute yourself. And I'll repeat that when we get to those callers.
Okay, and remember, I'm giving you a limit of 2 minutes, which I may stretch if you're saying something different and new, but it's not going to be very long.
All right, our first speaker will be Christian Alonso, to be followed by Mike Wondolowski.
Chair and Commissioners, good morning. My name is Christian Alonso, and I serve as the First District Commissioner for the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. As you know, the hardworking staff of our county agency are focused on fulfilling the mission of providing safe, decent, and affordable housing to those in need, while also promoting self-sufficiency and improving the quality of life for its residents. I'm here today to join others in support of the Baylord Affordable and Workforce Housing Project. As a commissioner and a renter living in the district and working in Carpinteria over the last decade, I'm acutely aware of the lack of housing for young families like mine and some of our region's most vulnerable residents. These are friends and neighbors, coworkers, veterans, people who have lost jobs, and those who have faced difficult circumstances. The Housing Authority component of this project will provide desperately needed housing for these and others whose names have been on the housing waiting list for years. Providing housing for people who have extremely low income and very low income is what our county housing authority does best. Our staff are really good at building, owning, managing, and maintaining these residential rental units throughout the county. And the innovative and dedicated leaders of this agency have overseen dozens of successful projects and are constantly seeking ways to make a dent in our housing crisis. The project would mean that people experiencing homelessness would have access to stable, affordable housing assistance with voluntary wraparound support services. And these services include individualized case management and on-site support services that connect people with community-based healthcare treatment and employment services, among others. The site is well suited for housing on a vacant infill parcel adjacent to existing multifamily housing developments. And with its location near large and growing employers like mine, Baylor Avenue is really an ideal location for this type of workforce rental housing. So as a commissioner, I'm excited for the project to move forward, and I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Who's next?
Our next speaker will be Mike Wondolowski, to be followed by Christy Boyd.
Thank you. Commission members, I'm Mike Wondolowski, President of Carpinteria Valley Association. We provided detailed written comments on this project. Today, I wish to highlight just a few points. The staff memo documents that in order to approve the proposed rezoning, future decision maker would need to make 3 findings. After reviewing the project proposal in front of you today, it's clear there's insufficient justification for any single one of those findings. Specifically, given the serious impacts of the project and the fact that the minimal number of lower income units to be built would be far outweighed by the number of units likely to be above moderate income, the request is not in the interest of the general community welfare. Also, the request has multiple inconsistencies with the Coastal Land Use Plan and the California Coastal Act. And finally, the request flagrantly violates good zoning and planning practices, including demonstrating a complete disregard for the existing, carefully defined, and stable urban-rural boundary, as well as the importance of the existing buffer between urban and agricultural uses. Despite what some have said, this is not an infill project. The applicant's presentation stated that some of the parcels in the city of Carp housing element are outside the urban-rural boundary. This is not correct. The entire city of Carpinteria is inside the urban-rural boundary, as is easily seen on the county's online interactive zoning map. Overall housing needs and the larger context of the housing element were mentioned, including that there are 2 other areas in Carp proposed for rezoning from ag to high-density residential. While it's obviously critical to meet the RHNA numbers, it's important to recognize that these 2 areas and the Baylord area are 3 of only 4 areas county-wide that are outside the urban-rural boundary and are proposed for rezoning in the county's housing element update. There's no justification for expanding the boundary in Carpinteria to meet RHNA numbers while expanding it almost nowhere else in the county. Therefore, Carpinteria Valley Association strongly urges you to give the applicant clear and unambiguous direction that this project is not appropriate in this location, and the county's carefully designed planning policies will not be disregarded solely because they are inconvenient to a developer and restrict where new high-density housing can be built. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wondolowski. Who's next?
Apologies, I received an email that someone from home was having some issues hearing. So I just want to put that bug in our CSBTV staff here. So moving forward, audio is a tricky thing. Okay, so our next speaker will be Christy Boyd, to be followed by Nadia Abushunab.
Go ahead, Ms. Boyd.
Hi. My name is Christy Boyd, and I live at 1200 Baylord Avenue, northeast of Monte Vista Park, which borders the proposed Red Tail development. My comments go directly to the county's well-thought-out memorandum from Shannon Reese, the current county planner, on this proposal to rezone the Baylord Farm property. Section 5.7 of her memorandum clearly states that in order to approve the proposed rezone, the rezone would need to, and I quote, be in the interest of the community welfare. Carpinteria is a small working-class community of approximately 15,000 residents. Our group, Save Baylord Farm, has over 2,500 signatures opposing this obvious land grab. That is about 17% of the entire population of Carpinteria. The Carpinteria City Council voted unanimously to withdraw from the original memorandum of understanding with the county due to the many adverse impacts of this project, including incompatibility with the city's planning. They sent a strong letter of opposition to the county regarding this potential rezone and development. Item number 2 of section 5.7, and again I quote, the rezone must be compatible with the comprehensive plan and the coastal land use plan. This proposed development is hugely inconsistent with the carefully crafted designated urban-rural boundary that is currently in place. The project is surrounded by a minimum of 10-acre ag zones to the north and to the east. If this project and rezone is allowed to run over the aforementioned ag zoning, it will be a slippery slope indeed to maintain any sort of boundary between the current high densities and our community's strong agricultural history and ranching practices. Item 3, that the rezone be consistent with good zoning and planning practices. Oh my, this proposal is the antithesis of good zoning and planning processes. To the south, the project would be bordered by 2 sets of condominium units, currently the most densely populated area in the city of Carpinteria. To the east, the proposal would abut Monte Vista Park, a passive 4-acre park that was created solely for the purpose of being a small green space for that densely populated condominium units. To the west and north, the proposed development would push into the 10-acre minimum ag zoning requirements. These avocado orchards have been farmed for decades, and the valley that they form is the heart of the farming community, Carpinteria's heritage and history. I've not touched on the other massive issues such as lack of water, exponentially increased traffic, the totally inadequate egress and ingress issue, sewer connections, segregation of the low-income residents, the paving over of organic farmland, 45-foot tall buildings, destruction of view corridors, and the lack of need for market rate residences. This project, by the county's own standards, is a supreme failure of good planning. It is an out-and-out money grab by developers hoping to tag onto the state's unrealistic RHNA numbers. I have no doubt that the Santa Barbara Housing Authority is acting in good conscience, but let's agree that this project is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Carpinteria residents can see it. The Carpinteria City Council can see it. By your own criteria, the county can see it.
We're over time, so let's go ahead and finish up.
The Planning Commission must stand firm in its denial of this rezone and any alliance with this inappropriate project. Thank you.
Okay. And who is next?
Our next speaker will be Nadia Abushanab, to be followed by Cindy Marcus.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nadia Abushanab. I'm with SB CAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. For all of our 21 years, SB CAN has advocated for the protection of the county's agricultural resources and for affordable and workforce housing projects and for sustainable and holistic community planning. Over the last year, SB CAN has hosted 2 different roundtables about this topic, bringing in members of the community and the developer and the housing authority. SB CAN has heard from advocates for affordable and workforce housing, renters who are being forced to move further and further away from their jobs, and the housing authority, who would be the co-applicants on the project. SB CAN has also heard from Carpinteria residents and city government who have concerns about environmental, traffic, and other impacts on the city. And we understand, hear, and respect all the different aspects of this project and the concerns on all sides of the issue. Proposals like this do have the potential to house homeless individuals living in shelters and on the streets, and to reduce vehicle miles traveled by building units closer to job centers. These are 2 important goals for Santa Barbara County that SB CAN supports and advocates for. I'm encouraged by the comments of the council member and support his request for the city and county to come together and adjust the project to meet the community needs, and hope to see that in the future. And we will pay close attention to the environmental review and other next steps as this project moves forward. And we look forward to providing more substantial comments at that time. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Who's next?
Our next speaker will be Cindy Marcus, to be followed by Dustin Hoyseth.
Marcus, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay. I agree with all the things that the city has said in opposition to this project, and I'm not going to repeat all of those. The one thing that hasn't been addressed is the safety of the ingress and egress from that area. It is already overpopulated. During an emergency evacuation, there is no way that the people that are already there can get out safely. So if you put that many more people in that location, it will be impossible to get out. And when there is an emergency evacuation during a fire or a flood, the freeway usually closes. So I don't know how anybody's going to get out of there. I lived through the Montecito debris flow, and I lost several friends due to them not getting out because the county told them that, you know, it was not mandatory for them to evacuate below East Valley Road. And, you know, they died. Now, you know, it's one thing to say, yeah, we need housing, but to put people in danger when there is an emergency evacuation is not the way to increase housing. You're going to kill people. So along with all the other things of taking away an organic farm, you know, which provides food with no pesticides and, you know, this is a major issue. There is only one way in and out of that location. So it's not an appropriate place for this property and for so many people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marcus. Who's next?
Our next speaker will be Dustin Hoysa, to be followed by Jonathan Aboud.
Good morning. My name is Dustin Hoysa. I'm the Public Policy Manager for the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today on behalf of the Chamber and our business members throughout Carpinteria, Santa Barbara, and Goleta. We would like to express our support for the Baylord Workforce Affordable Housing Project. The bottom line is that we need more housing in southern Santa Barbara County. This is not a new issue, and housing has always been a challenge for local employers and their employees. In fact, the number one issue the Chamber hears from local businesses is their struggle to attract and retain employees due to the high cost and lack of housing. There's a clear need for increased housing supply in our region, in addition to the county's requirement to meet RHNA allocations. We're at a point in time where the county must make hard choices about identifying housing projects that make sense for our communities and will provide the most value. We believe that the Baylord Housing Project is one of those projects. I understand there's been some controversy surrounding this project. However, as this project moves forward, the applicant will be conducting a study and environmental analysis. There's still time to address questions raised by community members. Afterward, the county and the applicant can decide how to best move forward. Today's presentation from staff and the applicant has confirmed what I already suspected. That being that the applicant has gone above and beyond to be a good partner and work with the county and the city of Carpinteria in good faith, something that I believe will continue to go on throughout this process. The Chamber is happy to see this project moving ahead, as it is a strong signal of the county's commitment to exploring all available options as we continue to work toward addressing the housing shortage, which has been hampering our local economies. Please continue to promote a positive and collaborative dialogue between the county and the applicant as the Baylord Workforce Project moves forward. We look to you as leaders in our county to encourage solutions to our region's greatest challenges, like housing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jonathan Aboud, to be followed by Luis Force Torres.
Hello. Thank you for hearing us today, Commission. My name is Jonathan Aboud. I'm a resident of unincorporated county in the 2nd District, and I represent the community I live in on the Santa Barbara City College Board of Trustees. I'm calling on my own behalf today to speak in support of the general plan amendment and the rezone for the housing development proposed. We need housing without further delay. All kinds of housing is going to be needed, and we simply have such a lack of supply that even lower quality apartments that are very old that we have today are priced as luxury apartments. As many know, Santa Barbara City College is hiring a permanent superintendent, and we are looking to find a long-term, stable leader for an important institution for our county. Even with this position paying on average over $300,000 a year in the past, along with relocation and housing assistance have been part of past packages, I've heard of many strong candidates apply to other community colleges in other communities solely due to the cost of housing in Santa Barbara County. We're losing strong talent. This position is making well over what any new or long-term faculty member or staff person at the college would make. So you can imagine how difficult it is for SBCC to recruit and retain the top talent we need to teach our students, which over 50% are local. We have several unfilled but fully funded faculty positions, and the cost of housing was one of the main factors for not being able to hire this last year. And while I've been working as a board member at our college towards building our own employee student housing on our own land that's underutilized, we still need the larger scale housing development across the entire South Coast that includes some market rate, that includes restricted affordable housing that public agencies alone cannot produce to meet all the needs. I've been, for the last 2 years in my professional role, hiring for many positions in the local government. And housing has been the number one issue, unsurprisingly, in being able to hire. And we've been lucky to be able to have people living 15 miles within the workplace. It really makes the difference in their lives and in the effectiveness. And just to give you a personal note, I live personally in Isla Vista. Right now, 1-bedroom apartments, again, in apartments that are not very good at all. They're very low quality. They're going for $3,500. They used to be $1,900 in 2016. With inflation, that should only be $2,400 today. But due to the lack of building any housing in this area, the price has gone up so much more. And so there's just simply not enough housing. Most people I know who live in their 30s, they're fighting to stay here. And no one should have to fight day and night to live somewhere. One idea that I will raise, with the history of the project being cited for a school, it may be a good idea to include an education facility component to the project that benefits all the community members living in the area and further reduces traffic, such as like a satellite location for SBCC. That's just my own idea, but I'm putting out there. So thank you for hearing us.
Okay, who's next?
Mr. Forrest Torres will be next, to be followed by Jill Stasinos.
And how many?
Hello there. Thank you for taking your time out of this. I'm very sad to hear organizations like the City College and the Chamber of Commerce supporting this project. I know for a fact that you haven't been to the site, and that is a very important aspect of this. The site itself will have all of the issues that have been raised by citizens. Additionally, there are other sites. Now, we hear from people like Bega, organizations like Bega. Maybe you think Procore, maybe you think of LinkedIn, and you think, well, it'd be great to have a workforce living next door to those facilities. The fact of the matter is that those facilities often sit empty. With the rise in remote working, lots of people don't need to commute. So this issue is disregarded. In fact, again, I know for a fact that LinkedIn has multiple employees that do not go to the campus location. And if you were to go there today, you'd see empty parking and empty lots and empty buildings. Now, could we turn those empty buildings into affordable housing or facilities to house the homeless? The answer is yes. Is there an empty lot next to the industrial park that could be purchased and used for housing that has street front access, that has water and sewage already built in? The answer is yes. Is there a location down off of Dump Road that's more centrally located to transportation, to markets, walkable distance to elderly care and other facilities and pharmaceutical needs? The answer is yes. This location is not the right location. Again, if you follow the money, you notice that there was profit made on the sale of the lot, or there will be. And if the matter that's been brought up of importance for mental health facilities for homeless people, there are many better locations. No one is against supporting mental health and housing for homeless people, but to build an entire 200-unit apartment complex for the purpose of making money off the backs of renters is not okay. There are better locations. We do not want this at the Baylord Farms property. Thank you.
Thank you. And who's next?
So the last hand that I see is Jill Stasinos. After Ms. Stasinos speaks, I can just go down the list and just give everyone the opportunity. And if you don't want to speak, just say so and we can move on quickly to the next person.
So we're near the end of those who have raised their hands?
Correct.
I got you.
Ms. Stasinos?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, good morning, commissioners. I have been a resident of Santa Barbara County for over 30 years. I'm opposed to the Red Tail Baylord Avenue multi-housing project for the following reasons. First, I'm opposed to rezoning this property to allow the paving over of 7 acres of organic farmland to build 173 apartments in 3-story tall buildings. Secondly, I'm opposed to the increase in traffic on Baylord Avenue, which is a 2-lane road and currently is very difficult to park on after when people are home from work. Also, this increase in traffic will negatively impact the nearby residents. Lastly, I'm opposed to losing the buffer zone between the high-density residential areas to the south and the agricultural land to the north. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Now what do we have?
All right, so we do have a handful of people not with their hand raised. I just want to quickly give them the opportunity.
Sure, that makes sense.
All right, so let's just do this quickly. Amy Plessetz to be followed by Catherine Overman. And if you don't want to speak, just go ahead and say so and we can move on to the next person.
Hi guys, this is Amy. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Very long, kind of issues. I've been opposed to the housing
Ms. Plessetz, I'm not sure if you're joining us by phone, but you're breaking up a little bit. Could you just repeat that quickly?
I think she said she's opposed and that's it, so I'm happy
Yeah.
with that. So
Okay, great.
Let's move on.
Correct. Yes, I'm opposed to it.
Thank you. All right, moving on. We do have Catherine Overman to be followed by Susie Anderson.
A lot of what I wanted to say has already been said. I do oppose this project for many reasons. And at this time, I can only say, well, I probably shouldn't say this, but I think the one winner on this is Redtail, who is walking out of the area with rents. I believe this is just an income generator and that we can solve our housing problems in other ways, truly. And I'm a little, I mean, I got to the bottom of the line in hearing everything I've heard today. There's only one winner in this, and it's not the homeless, and it's not the red-tail hawks. All right, and thank you. Sorry if I've been rude, but that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Susie Anderson to be followed by Deborah Brewer.
Hi there. In addition to my letter, which I sent, I'd just like to say that the buffer zone that we're talking about was never approved as a school. Any comparison to if it were a school or since it was going to be a school is irrelevant. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Deborah Brewer to be followed by James Camp.
That's good.
Hi, my name's Deborah Brewer. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm going to keep it very quick, but I'm a longtime resident of Carpinteria, and I strongly oppose the red tail proposal. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker will be James Camp to be followed by Jessica Sprigg. Mr. Camp, can you hear us?
Let's go on to the next speaker.
Okay, excellent. Our next speaker will be Jessica Sprigg.
Hi, I'm a 40-year resident of Carpinteria, and just like everyone else, well, mostly everyone else who's spoken, I'm strongly opposed to this project for all the reasons they've cited. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, is Mr. Kemp or Camp still available?
I left him unmuted, so if he's able to connect his mic. Mr. Kemp, what I would suggest, sometimes leaving the meeting and re-entering will help adjust your audio settings. So while you're working on that, we'll just keep moving down the line.
Oh, we have more. Okay.
Okay. Our next speaker will be Lena Garcia, to be followed by Rachel Raynor.
Good morning. Thank you for the chance to speak. I'm a neighbor here. My house faces the land in question. I have lived here for more than 20 years. I strongly oppose the project, and for other reasons explained here. And I'm so glad that the city of Carpinteria is very clear about what are the intentions of Redtail. And if you look at, this is a rental business, and you have to look at what their interests are. This land doesn't have anything built on it, so for them it's very easy to build on it. So they prefer this to other places. is much easier. And also, we are not going to have control of how the rents are going to be increased in the future. So I doubt, really doubt, that the low-income people in Santa Barbara, working people, will be able to afford the rentals in this supposedly workforce apartments. And that's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Rachel Raynor, to be followed by Ron Anderson.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. This is Rachel Raynor with RM Design Group. I don't have anything further to add from the commenters that spoke in support of the project this morning. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be Ron Anderson, to be followed by Sandra Aguilar. It doesn't look like Mr. Anderson has a mic attached.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll move on to Sandra Aguilar. Okay, well, I'll leave those on and we'll just try the next one. Stacy Sunny. Okay. I believe, how about Van Fleischer? Also doesn't look like he has a speaker attached. So I think maybe what we should do is try our speakers who have joined us via telephone again. So if your phone number ends in 304, just hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Again, if you're joining us by phone, hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself if you wish to speak. Okay, so I'm not getting any response from any of those last few speakers. If you wanted to speak and I missed you, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. Otherwise, I believe that would be the end of public comment.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Little, you've got rebuttal time. I'm going to give you 2 minutes, which is,
Okay,
given
great.
the number of your commissioners that have spoken and kind of elasticized the 30-minute limit I gave you, that's generous on my part, so go for it.
Not a problem. I'll talk quick. First of all, former Mayor Nomura, appreciate your time if you're still here, coming out here. Our request to you is please work with us. You want to work, we want to work with you. Take the opportunity to somehow find a way to engage us. We want to be engaged. We want you at the table. Mr. Russo, who has some experience in planning, I think you probably know this. The reason why we have a parking problem out there is because there's more people in the houses. If housing were more affordable, people aren't just buying more cars. There's more people in those houses. If there was greater affordability and more housing available, you wouldn't have that density. Also, just a comment about the zoning. Correct. Our distinction is that it's residential zone, not ag. We understand we're upzoning it to another designation of residential, but the distinction that seems really important to the community is the ag zoning. And in terms of the opponents, it probably wasn't a fair characterization to say well-heeled. I know there's broad opposition to the project amongst a lot of people in Carpinteria. Our goal is to work with everybody. We want to embrace a collaborative effort on this. Mr. Rhodes made a comment about urban sprawl. There are not hidden 50-acre properties around the county that are zoned residential, and the reuse opportunities are limited. We're working with what we have. The Surplus Land Act directed us to the site. This is what we have in front of us. This is what we have to develop. Mr. Wondolowski, just a point of clarification, the urban-rural boundary occurs in the city's land use element in their general plan. If you take a look at their land use element, it was in our exhibit, a snip from it, but if you take a look at the city's 2003 general plan, you'll see where the urban-rural boundary, the sites 1 and 2 are outside of the urban-rural boundary. Again, we're asking ourselves why it's okay to develop those ag properties that are zoned ag and not ours. One other thing that is a comment that was made about RENA, and I heard this from Mr. Wondolowski and Ms. Boyd also, terming it unrealistic RENA numbers. It's what we have. It's not real. It's not unrealistic. It's what the state has placed on both the city and county. But more important than that, it's the actual need. That we need the housing. It's not just this amorphous RENA numbers that the state has lording over the city or the county. There's a need behind this. And then regarding the safety and fire access, totally understand. We've met with fire. We know we need to have 2 access points. We will have 2 access points. To date, fire has not disapproved or approved the project. They provided us comments. We understand we need the 2 access points, and we'll have those 2 access points. And lastly, the comment about telecommuting. There's a jobs housing imbalance. I understand that because of COVID, a lot of people are working from home. Totally understandable. But the reality is there is a jobs housing imbalance. So whether or not LinkedIn is working from home or not, there still is this imbalance. And if I could just summarize and say that what we heard a lot of today was we don't like this project because it's the wrong project at the wrong location. And what we didn't hear is where we should look. Where are we going to place this need? We understand this isn't the location everybody wants. There just are not better locations that are available on the market right now. I challenge people, take a look at LoopNet and see what's available for sale right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Okay. Does staff need to speak up about anything they've heard today? Okay. And do any of the planning commissioners have questions of staff? Okay, well then let's get our planning commissioner comments in. And I'd like to start with Commissioner Cooney, because it's his district, if you'd like to go.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. This process is interesting to me because, as everybody knows, I've been up here a long time, and it's been years and years and years since we've had a similar process where we listen to the project, hear the pros and cons, and then provide our own comments. In this case, we basically are at the front lines of the housing controversies that we all know, and it's been very instructive to me to be able to listen to the presentation. I don't want to characterize the project at this time because, as Ms. Reese indicated, it's very early. Even staff doesn't have all the information or even all the significant information that is going to be necessary for us as planners and for others involved in planning the future of housing in Santa Barbara are able to react. So I'll uncharacteristically be short today and just say I appreciate the time not only of the proposed developers and the housing authority commissioners in both places, but also all the public comments. I think they've been on a high level by very sincere people, and many are meritorious. So I'm not sure it's not going to come back to us, but I think there's a different project lurking there that we'll have a chance to consider in the future.
Right, who would like to go next? Go ahead.
Well, this is my first time ever going through such a situation, and I'll follow the direction that was previously given by staff. Obviously, there's questions that remained, and there's answers to be had, but I think it's a good thing to come up at this point where you see the energy from both sides, and I think I hear both sides saying that they're, well, at least one side vocally saying, let's work together. And if that invitation is taken up and the energy is used to answer a lot of the questions, I'm not going to say it's going to answer all the questions because that's very unusual in just humanity itself. But I think this is a great opportunity to do that. And the project is, I'm seeing both sides, and I'm hoping that those questions that I even haven't even voiced out today can be answered in with both sides coming together and coming up with common solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Freeney.
Completely agree with the previous two commissioners who spoke. This is kind of to me, this is the Pandora's box opening slowly. Once all the RENA numbers came in and AB 35 and all the different numbers we're having to deal with on making housing happen, it does take some of our options off the table, and it's how to get everybody to cooperate to come up with a good project. So I think they're on the way, and excellent presentation by all. Thanks.
Commissioner Bradley.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate staff's work on this. It's hard to do a concept review without getting too deep in it, and I look forward to the continued review of this. I actually, I do have some really serious site planning concerns, but this is not the time to talk about them. I was relieved to hear Mr. Little talk about having 2 fire truck access points, because I think the single access point is an issue there, especially in a relatively dense neighborhood. And I completely feel for the folks from the city of Carpinteria. You know, I live on the Mesa in the city of Santa Barbara, and the housing element in the city of Santa Barbara is much more intense than what we're seeing for the county. The problem with the county is that we've got ag lands that can convert to housing. That's a burden and a bane. And so I actually think this is not a bad location for this, especially given the opportunity it's available. And, you know, I noticed that I think the Tea Time location is also posed for a housing upgrade. So I will see how Carpinteria deals with that. At any rate, I appreciate what the applicant has done, because I think they've really done yeoman's duty trying to work things out. We all heard today Councilmember Nomura wanting to work, and I guess you can go back to the table and try to do that. It would make the commission's job just wonderful if y'all came in holding hands and saying, we're going to work together to take a dent in the housing demand, which is real. So that's my comments. Good job.
I'll go last because I'm all that remains. I want to parrot the comment that the presentations on all sides have been excellent. I think that we really got into some policy issues from the applicant's presentation, and I appreciate you folks getting into that. And looking at the public comment, I'm glad Mr. Nomura showed up. I thought he had a lot to say that was very good to hear. I was very impressed by all the written comments, written letters we received. It was hard for me to read them all in a short period of time, but they were really good. They touched on a lot of points. Moving on to the project itself, it's, you know, I understand what the local citizens are saying about feeling that things are overburdened over there. You know, people invest in property, they buy their homes, they move into their homes, whether they own them or they're rented or not, based on what they see around them and what they understand the various restrictions to be. So urban-rural boundaries and buffer zones and zoning, they ought to mean something. So I sympathize with folks that think that that's being discarded. But I also think that Mr. Little made an excellent point at the end, and that is that this parcel is not zoned agriculture. It's zoned 3E1, if I heard that correctly. And so it just may go into something else and not be agriculture, and that could happen any day, whether this project goes forward or not. So that's something to keep in mind. And is it leapfrogging? Is it the classic case of sprawl? Well, not exactly, because it's next to the existing housing. One could argue that the existing housing is a case of sprawl, and that it was parked out there at one end of the city of Carpinteria as a sort of a wing out in what was agricultural land, and this is just adding more to it. That's something people can argue about. Going back to citizens' concerns, I can see why they would be concerned about density, about effect on parking, on roads, and I can see why they'd be concerned about their views. If this is 3-story instead of 2-story. If there's design considerations, it can be incorporated to make these concerns go away. That would be great. I'm not sure that there are. I again appreciate what Mr. Little said about crowding in existing housing, creating parking problems. There was a very interesting article in the Los Angeles Times about, 2 months ago? It said Los Angeles is known as an urban area that's got very dispersed, low-density housing. And they made the point that actually it's the most overcrowded part of the country because the housing that's there is overcrowded. You know, we have so many people living in just one housing unit, and that's the kind of thing that can occur there. My vision, frankly, though, of what is moderate income housing and where it should be may differ from this project. I know it's moderate income by design, but it is market rate housing. True moderate income housing projects have controlled rents. They're for certain rents, certain income levels, and so forth, and that's different than market or moderate income by design. So this is not what one would consider a moderate income housing project by the strict definition. It's one that may turn out to be that way, and I appreciate Red Tail's good faith, but let's not confuse it with a moderate income housing project. I'm somewhat concerned about the supportive housing, which is half of the 41 units set aside for low income. I'm reminded of our supportive housing project that came in front of us for the lot next to the Maverick in Santa Ynez, which we had a lot of community concern about. And the community's concern was, is this the right place for supportive housing? It seems kind of isolated. And it's not walkable for people. They can't walk in to grocery stores and other services. And I think, this kind of describes this here. And I wonder where this will all turn out when this project is all said and done. Because I know in the Santa Ynez project, we approved it. We felt we really had no choice. And then, and I personally received a lot of community criticism because I live right there. And then the Housing Authority sold the project to the owner of the Maverick. And the owner of the Maverick tells me that's because they were concerned about sound, which was an issue we raised at the hearing that was dismissed. So I don't know if that's all true, but I wonder if this is really the right place for supportive housing, if it might be better in a more urban area. Last concern I have is that we have a lot of interesting issues here. One in particular is how to work with the city of Carpinteria. I'm a little disturbed that we on the county are weighing the merits of a project that's really surrounded by the city. It's part of that community. The people that will live in this place will use the city park, and it seems like a tricky kind of thing we should avoid. But both sides have tried to work with each other, and they'll have to keep trying. It would be presumptuous on my part to, just say, "Oh, work it out." Well, you've tried, but keep trying. The last thing, though, that I wonder about here is the builder's remedy, which we're not going to get into, but that blows the doors off of what this project is and gives the applicant a lot more freedom with respect to how they handle the permitting process. Someday, somebody's going to have to talk about that. And it makes me wonder if one can say, I'm proceeding under builder's remedy, but I'm also proceeding under this. I don't quite understand that. Maybe staff can enlighten me. Can we have two project paths at the same time? Or now that they've made an application or SB 330, is this a new project? I don't know, and I don't expect you to answer that. I think you're thinking about these things. But the community ought to think about it, because the project that the Housing Authority and Red Tail finally pursue might be pretty different than what we heard today. And I'm not criticizing them for that. It's what the law is, and it might even be a good thing. I don't know. But if you are in the audience and you think, well, this wasn't a really very final resolution by the Planning Commission, well, there's good reason. There's a lot of uncertainty as to what this project really is and can be right now. So there we are. Anybody have anything else to add? I think we're done with this project. Okay, it's noontime. We have two other things before us. I'd hoped to be done with them by now, but we're not. I think we need to take a lunch break. So let's be back at 1. we are reconvening our February 22 County Planning Commission hearing for our afternoon session. And we can finally start the standard agenda. So will you please read in item number 1 of the standard agenda, Mr. Villalobos?
Yes, sir. Happy to do so. The following is a hearing on the request of Steve Wagner with the Goleta Sanitary District. Consider case numbers 22 DVP 5 and 22 CDH 12, and also to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, State Clearinghouse number 20220400242, pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Do we have any ex parte disclosures that anybody wants to make? I don't know if we need to on this, but let's give it a shot.
Well, I had a wonderful lunch meeting with Mr. Wagner, but we didn't even talk about the project. And I had a great conversation with staff, but that's not a Brown Act, so that's all.
Oh, well, but at least you had a good time.
I did.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. No, let's not go back to Carpenter. Then let's have our staff presentation.
Okay, this works. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Katie Knoll, and I'm the planner presenting the Goleta Sanitary District Biosolids and Energy Production Project, which is case number 22 DVP 5 and 22 CDH 12. And we also have the applicant's team behind me to ask any questions after my presentation. So this is the aerial photo of the project site. The Goleta Sanitary District owns and operates the Goleta Water Resource Recovery Facility located at 1 William Moffett Place, which includes 4 parcels adjacent to the Santa Barbara Airport and the Goleta Slough. Here is a closer look at the existing facility. The facility treats urban sewage and transforms it into acceptable effluent to return to the water cycle. The site is zoned public utilities. The project will allow for the construction of a concrete anaerobic digester with an interior mixing system and a concrete cover, as well as installation of a combined heat and power system, or a CHP, equipped with an internal combustion engine, a biogas pretreatment system, biogas blowers, and other ancillary utilities, which will be routed between the existing infrastructure and the proposed facilities. So the area here highlighted in yellow is the new digester, and the green is the CHP system. And then the purple is the stockpile area to the south, as well as the parking and staging areas to the west. The existing digester number 1 will be decommissioned after this project. So to summarize the process, waste sludge enters one of the 3 digesters and undergoes anaerobic digestion, which produces biosolids and biogas. The biosolids will continue processing and breaking down through existing infrastructure. But the biogas will either be sent to the boilers to produce heat for the facility, be flared off as waste, or sent through the CHP system to be reused and to heat the digesters. The pre-treatment system will reduce harmful gases and moisture from the biogas before entering the CHP system. Here are photos of the location of the proposed digester, which is right next to existing digester 3. Existing digester 3 is exactly how the proposed digester will look. The highest point of the proposed digester will reach 40 feet above grade. So these photos show the location of the CHP and biogas pretreatment systems, and they're taken over the location of the proposed digester. So it all is maintained within the center of the facility. The systems will connect the digester to the existing power and maintenance building, which is shown. And you can see from these photos that the site is previously disturbed with existing infrastructure and landscaping associated with the facility. And then this is the elevation of the CHP and pretreatment systems, which is about 9 feet tall. As conditioned, the project will comply with the requirements of Article 2 and the Coastal Zoning Ordinance and will be consistent with the County Comprehensive Plan, including the Eastern Goleta Community Plan. A mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project. The MND found potentially significant but mitigable impacts in air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, tribal cultural resources, and utilities and service systems. Mitigation measures have been incorporated into the project's conditions as conditions of approval in Attachment B. The proposed mitigation decreases the project's impacts to a less than significant level in all of these issue areas. We did discover a mistake in the findings after posting the staff report. Finding 2.1.2 should be revised as follows on the screen. So it was posted with the not appealable to the Coastal Commission, but this project is appealable to the Coastal Commission. So I will read the correct finding into the record. Findings required for coastal development permit applications subject to Section 35-169.4.3 for development that may be appealed to the Coastal Commission. In compliance with Section 35-169.5.3 of the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance, prior to approval or conditional approval of an application for a coastal development permit subject to Section 35-169.4.3 for development that may be appealed to the Coastal Commission, the decision maker shall first make all of the following. So the project, again, is appealable to the Coastal Commission. This was the only mistake in the findings. The rest are appropriate. Staff recommends that your commission make the following. Make the required findings for approval of the proposed project as specified in Attachment A of this staff report and as revised at this hearing, including the CEQA findings. Adopt the final mitigated negative declaration included as Attachment C, and grant approval of the project, case numbers 22 DVP 5 and 22 CDH 12, subject to the conditions included as Attachment B. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions, and the applicant's team also has a presentation for you.
Do any of my fellow commissioners have a question for Ms. Knoll? I see that no one's lit up. Okay, then let's go to the applicant presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Steve Wagner, the General Manager, District Engineer with the Goleta Sanitary District. We're pleased to be before you today with this project. Ms. Knoll did a great job summarizing it. We have a brief presentation because who doesn't want to talk about biosolids after lunch, right? So about 4 years ago, we started looking at our treatment process and really energy and the disposal and treatment of solids are the two biggest costs for wastewater facilities. And the amount of energy used by wastewater facilities across the state, I think it makes up like 10% of all the electrical demand. It's a huge energy driver for us and a cost driver for us. And how you process your solids through your treatment process, you're always separating solids from the water, you're cleaning the water, and you're processing these solids. How you treat those solids and process them creates a lot of opportunity to capture energy resources. And so that's what we're really focusing on here. This came out of a biosolids energy strategic plan that identified several improvements to our facility that will actually help in this process of moving our operation towards energy sustainability, which is really what we're after. This first step includes, you just saw a big digester, a big tank. That's always been planned for, digester number 4, to replace the original one built in 1950. That's exceeded its design life. And a CHP, combined heat and power or cogeneration system, to take the biogas that's created through this process in these anaerobic digesters and convert it to electricity. Right now, we use the biogas for heating the digesters, the facility, and we flare the rest of the biogas, and that's really a waste. We're just kind of flaring and burning money. But the CHP unit will allow us to capture that gas, convert it to electricity, and start moving us in that direction towards energy sustainability. So I don't think we have any concerns with the conditions on the project. I think your staff did a great job on this. We're really pleased to get to this point and look forward to bringing this project online, really to help manage some of these costs for the ratepayers in the entire Goleta Valley. So I'm going to introduce some of my team members. I'm going to ask Ryan Merlo with Hazen and Sawyer to come up here, give you a brief overview of the project in a little more detail, again, because it's all about biosolids. So thank you for the time.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ryan Merlo with Hazen and Sawyer. I'm the project manager for this project. I have other members of our team today also to talk about some of the permitting aspects of the project. As Katie mentioned, the project does include a new digester, combined heat and power system. The objective is to meet increasing flows and loads and to also self-generate electricity on site using the biogas. The project does include the new 550,000 gallon digester in a new 160 kilowatt combined heat and power system. The project site is at the Goleta Water Resource Recovery Facility in Goleta, as shown here. And then the major project elements, again, that new 550,000 gallon digester, the new 160 kilowatt combined heat and power system, and we also have to move some utilities just to make space for the new digester. And so with that, I will hand it off to my teammates to talk through the permitting considerations.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Carolyn Groves. I'm a coastal planner with DUDEC, working with the project team on this. So I just wanted to briefly let you know that we already have been coordinating with other agencies regarding other permits. So we've been going back and forth with the Air Pollution Control District and have actually already gotten our authority to construct permit from them. So, you know, we've got that done. We're going through the county approval process now. And we've also issued a notice of proposed construction to the Federal Aviation Administration, given the facility's proximity to the airport. We also, as we've been discussing, prepared a mitigated negative declaration for the project. So we went through all the relevant technical reports to get to that point. We performed the notification and consultation with the Native American tribes in accordance with AB 52. And we got that final M&D with a mitigation and monitoring reporting plan prepared and issued. As Katie mentioned, there were some less than significant impacts that were mitigated for in the M&D, and we're incorporating all of those into the project design. And then this is just a quick summary of those mitigation measures. So you can see we've got air quality, bio, paleo, all of these, you know, basically just implementing BMPs to make sure the project is in accordance with all the relevant environmental regulations. We've also got quite a few cultural mitigation measures, and we do have our cultural team leader here with us to answer any questions about those. Also the tribal cultural resources measures and waste management. And that's really it for us. You know, we feel this is a pretty straightforward project that, you know, has the goal of meeting energy neutrality for the system, or for the facility, excuse me. And as Steve mentioned, we are in complete agreement with the staff report and all the conditions. So we thank you for your time today. And our team, we have engineering, management, cultural, and planning here to answer any questions you might have. And that's all for us.
Does anyone on the commission have a question for the applicant team?
Well, maybe not the applicant.
Mr. Riley.
Maybe staff, maybe you can explain why, because I know the commission has dealt with this with Caltrans, but CEQA being handled by the public agency of the sanitary district as opposed to us being prepared, circulated, and finalized.
Do you want to speak to that, Katie? I don't want to interrupt you. Just quickly, Commissioner Bradley through the chair. CEQA does allow the applicant to prepare and write a mitigated negative declaration and take it through the CEQA public review, or excuse me, noticing process. And then it is up to the lead agency to confirm that we agree with all the findings, review all the surveys and reports that were associated with that mitigated negative declaration, and then present it to your commission to be adopted.
Anyone else? I have one. It's just to show that I'm listening.
Okay, great.
And I'm glad I didn't put a time limit on your presentation. I didn't think I needed to. But I'm always trying to at least convince my wife that when I want her off for the day, that I'm helping make the world a better place. And I would think that this project, that one could compare the GHGs generated by burning the biogases to power a boiler and flaring off some of them is going to generate more GHGs than the kind of electric generator that you have. And I wonder if you could address that and confirm that we are making the world a better place by
Sure.
reducing the GHGs here.
I think I might hand it over to our engineer, who's maybe better equipped than I to answer that. But I'll say briefly while he's coming up that we did an air quality report and took all those into consideration. But I will let Ryan elaborate.
Yeah, so as stated earlier, the biogas that's generated today is either sent to the boilers to heat the digester, but most of it is going to a flare, being combusted and sent to the atmosphere. For this project, we'll be taking a portion of the biogas generated, running it through a combined heat and power system to produce heat, so that helps offset the natural gas usage at the facility, and also power that also helps offset the amount of electrical that comes into the plant. So overall, it is a reduction. So.
And that's reflected both in reduced costs for you, but also reduced GHGs for the rest of us, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Pettit.
If I may follow up on Commissioner Bridley's question. I just wanted to clarify for the benefit of the commission. The CEQA guidelines do contain information on when there's multiple public agencies that are going to approve or carry out a project, how the lead agency is identified. And typically, the public agency that will be carrying out the project is identified as the lead agency. So for both the 101 and this project, if a public agency is actually carrying out the project and the county is just approving it or it's permitting it, then the public agency carrying out that project is usually the lead agency.
Very good. Okay, now I think is the time for public comment, if there is any. Do we have any?
Mr. Chair, I believe our speakers were here for the first item, but of course, I'm going to give them the opportunity.
Certainly.
If you want to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. Not seeing any hands.
Okay. Well, then let's ask if staff has anything they want to respond to now that you've heard the applicant's presentation and the commissioner's questions.
Chair Park, no, I do not.
Very good. Well, then shall we enter deliberations? And we can start with our second district commissioner, Ms. Bridley, because it's in your district.
Well, I just have to point out that the second district doesn't have very much controversy often, but my time will come, I'm sure. So I obviously think it's a great project. I mean, it's environmentally ahead of the game, and I'm always pleased to do anything that helps the environment, as Mrs. Park chooses to hope you do. So I support it. I don't have any questions or added conditions or anything, so I'd be inclined to make a motion to approve.
Very good. Do we hear a second?
I'll second.
All right. Do we have any further comments in deliberations?
No, just that the record reflect that we have the one language change in the findings, and the rest of the motion that was on the slide would be appropriate.
I just wanted to add, just because we don't put you through a bruising hearing doesn't mean that we fail to understand that this is an important project and you've done a good job, and I appreciate you all being here. So thank you very much. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any noes, abstentions? No, then the motion is carried. Thank you. I think we can move on to item 2 without a break.
I will read the item into the record slowly. All right. Staff is requesting that the County Planning Commission receive and file the 2022 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report. And that's it.
And this is not an ex parte disclosure type of item, is it? All right, is staff ready to go?
Yes, Chair, we are. So
We rarely see you here, Mr. Lackey. It's nice to see you.
I know, good seeing everyone in person. Good afternoon, members of the commission, Chair Park. We're pleased to be here today to present to you the 2022 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report. And with me on the team is Gabrielle Scow to the far right, and our project manager, Brianna Alamia, who will be giving today's presentation.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brianna, and I will be presenting the 2022 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report. The Annual Progress Report, also referred to as the APR, is a state-mandated report that provides information regarding the status of the county's comprehensive plan and progress in its implementation, as well as the county's progress in meeting its regional housing needs allocation in calendar year 2022. Government Code Section 65400 requires the county to submit the APR to the Board of Supervisors, Governor's Office of Planning and Research, and State Department of Housing and Community Development by April 1st of each year. The county also submits the report to the City of Santa Barbara in accordance with policies in the Mission Canyon Community Plan. The 2022 APR shows that the county continues to make progress in maintaining and implementing the comprehensive plan, including the 2015 to 2023 Housing Element Update. The Housing Element contains 37 programs to help meet the housing goals and needs of the unincorporated county. The county made progress toward implementing 2 of these programs in 2022, which are listed on this slide. The APR provides information on the status of these and other active programs. In 2022, the county staff also made progress preparing the following comprehensive plan amendments: the circulation element, safety element, land use element, environmental justice element, and housing element. The APR also summarizes the county's progress in meeting its RHNA for the 2015 to 2023 housing element period. RHNA progress is determined by the number of building permits that the county issued for new housing units for calendar year 2022. This includes permits issued for housing units such as single-family dwellings, multifamily dwellings, accessory dwelling units, and agricultural employee dwellings. Previously, state HCD did not include replacement units such as demolition and disaster rebuild toward the RHNA progress, but as of 2022, these units are now included. Group quarters such as dorms are still not included. The APR reports the estimated affordability level of each housing unit based on the 2022 state income limits, which are adjusted for household size and based off of available local housing data. Local housing costs are researched and estimated by zip code, and therefore, the affordability level of most units depends on their location. In some areas of the county, even small units are not affordable to lower-income households, and therefore the county cannot automatically assume that all accessory dwelling units and agricultural employee dwellings are affordable by design. This table shows the number of building permits the county issued for new housing units organized by income category within the unincorporated county from calendar years 2014 to 2022. The last row of the table shows the county's RHNA for each income category for the planning period. In 2022, the county issued building permits for 272 new housing units, which is a decrease from the 390 units permitted in 2021. As you can see, the county has exceeded its 2014 to 2022 RHNA for the low, moderate, and above moderate income categories. In that same time, the county has only met 46% of its very low income RHNA. As shown in the second to last row, the county has issued permits for 73 very low and 266 low-income units in total, but most of these units came from accessory dwelling units and large affordable housing projects in 2015 and 2021. As the county continues this trend of permitting very few low-income units, it continues to fall further behind on meeting its RHNA and remains subject to SB 35, which I will discuss in a later slide. This graph shows the same information as the previous slide, the number of building permits the county issued for new housing units from 2014 to 2022, organized by income category. The blue columns show the county's total issued building permits, while the yellow columns show the county's RHNA allocation for 2014 to 2022. The last set of columns on the right shows the county's total RHNA for the 2014 to 2022 planning period, which is 661 units. At 2,063 units, the county has far exceeded its above moderate, moderate, and low RHNA. However, the county fell short of its 2014 to 2022 RHNA by only issuing permits for 73 very low-income units. Senate Bill 35, codified at Government Code Section 65913.4, establishes a mandatory streamlined ministerial approval process for qualifying housing developments in jurisdictions that have not met their pro rata share of RHNA or have not submitted APRs. Since June 2018, state HCD has made annual determinations that the county had made insufficient progress toward meeting its very low-income RHNA, and is therefore subject to the SB 35 ministerial approval process for proposed developments with at least 50% affordability. HCD releases SB 35 determinations annually in June, which will take into account permit data from the previous year's APR. SB 35 streamlining applies to qualifying housing developments that contain at least 50% affordable units and are located on urban infill sites. These projects are subject to ministerial objective planning standards. To plan for potential development, P&D processed objective design standards for multiple unit and mixed unit development housing projects in 2022. P&D also implemented a streamlined application review process for qualifying housing projects under SB 35. The Board of Supervisors approved and adopted the Land Use Development Code Ordinance Amendment on January 24, 2023. The preparation of the APR is an administrative activity that does not authorize new development or otherwise result in physical changes to the environment. Therefore, the preparation and submittal of this report is not a project and is not subject to CEQA. On February 15th, the Montecito Planning Commission held a public hearing and voted 4-0 to receive and file the APR, and recommended that the County Planning Commission authorize staff to provide the APR to the board, state agencies, and the City of Santa Barbara. Accordingly, staff recommends that your commission take the following actions. Receive and file the 2022 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report. Authorize staff to provide the annual progress report to the Board of Supervisors, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, State HCD, and the City of Santa Barbara. And lastly, determine that preparation and submittal of this report is an activity that is not subject to CEQA. This concludes the presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Does anyone on the commission have questions of staff at this point? Do we have public comment?
Again, we have well, it's just been an interesting audio day today.
It takes a whole team to this is.
Okay, we have one hangover from our first item of the day. If you, Ms. Marcus, if you want to speak on this item, raise your hand. And not seeing a hand. So I think we can safely assume we have no request for this item.
Okay. Any further comments from staff? Okay. Then I think we're ready for deliberations. And who wants to take the lead? Because this is not any particular district's project. Commissioner Cooney,
First of all, very commendable presentation, right, what we needed right after lunch. And we finished the biosolids in good shape. We're all still here. And this was a perfect follow-up, but also very informative. And the message I'm taking from it is that we know what we're doing and we know where we're falling short, and we're doing our best to catch up. So having this report is not a useless act. I think it's very important for the public and for the decision makers to keep track of where the flaws are. So given that and seeing the report, I would agree to move on behalf of the commission that we receive and file the report, direct staff to provide the report to the board, the agencies mentioned, and the city of Santa Barbara, and determine that the APR is not subject to CEQA.
do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further comments in our deliberations on the motion? Then let's vote. Will all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any noes or abstentions? No, then the motion is carried. Do we have any other business before the commission? Then the meeting is adjourned.